All right, everybody, welcome to another Worcestery Council Theater 3000. I am Bryan O'Donnell. This is Brendan Melican. Bill will be here with us in just a moment. Man, nothing at all happening in the world, in
Boring
this
week.
city. I don't really know what we're gonna talk about tonight. I just it's hard to even figure out why we're doing a show tonight, Brendan.
I think we're just here to talk about the lowest residential tax rate. That's going to be it.
I honestly don't even know what's on the agenda tonight. I'm going to be completely honest with you.
Some bullshit about candlestick bowling, which doesn't even exist. Leave
That
it to
is
Mo Bergman to invent a sport.
it's so
reinvent a sport
annoying.
that's like the most universally New England thing to ever exist, and maybe slightly Canadian.
It's so annoying that he got that wrong. Bill,
What's
get in
up,
here.
everybody?
Yeah, we're just talking about candlestick bowling.
Candlestick bowling is so good.
So-
Nothing else going on.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
talk about something that doesn't exist.
And give it a statue.
Yeah, we need to give it a statue.
Yeah. So just to recap, the Justice Department released their findings on the investigation that they've been doing into the Worcester Police Department, covering. They've been investigating since 2022, covering the period of 2018 through 2022,
Yes.
essentially, and the city's retained counsel blasted the report, calling it fictitious and a political move to release it now. Also, half an hour before the show right now, Eric Batista, the city manager, who likely had some say in thanks, Main South Mom, likely had some say in that attorney being hired, basically refuted the lawyer's statement and said that the findings were awful to see and that citizens need to be able to trust their police department, and the city and the police need to do better. So is that a baseline of what we're looking at for this specific issue?
You skipped over that one little part about the city attorney just happening to retire on the same day.
Right.
Total coincidence.
Right.
Nothing to see here.
Nothing
yeah,
related there.
Zero on lawsuits.
Yeah.
Nothing related to that at all.
I think I said last night that they black bagged his ass before he could get a whiff of that report. Very funny. That maybe is the funniest part of this whole thing. And so there's that. So there's that thing that happened.
Right.
There is also the news that the ACLU has released a statement saying that the city council likely violated people's constitutional rights by the way they treated the pro-Palestine protest a number of weeks ago.
Yep. Statement from the ACLU out on that.
Yeah, in so much as, I mean, what we talked about and what protesters talked about in the moment, that this isn't something that they've done before for other issues. They've allowed other issues to be spoken about in the same way, and they treated this one differently. So we got that. What else we got?
Well, there's the most interesting thing, I think, besides the absolutely horrible allegations in the report itself, is the outside counsel that the city of Worcester hired just happens to be in the running for Trump's pick for the U.S. Attorney of Massachusetts. Right. And just happened to come across this opportunity, weeks before a pick must be made, to grandstand about Biden's Department of Justice, and also show how much he is willing to go to bat for the cops. This is a guy. This is not just some lawyer. This is a guy who personally filed a lawsuit against the people that were trying to get Trump off the ballot in Massachusetts, and successfully kept Trump on the ballot in Massachusetts. Like this is like a serious Trumper with serious ambitions.
Mm-hmm.
And the city was just like, wow, wow, wee woo, look, he wants to help us. This is so great. So I think a big thing that we need an answer to is, who approached who for him to be the outside counsel for this deal, this apparent strategy for dealing with the DOJ report. Which kind of sort of it suggests, and there's chatter about it, that like there might be some sort of like counter suit floating around. So we'll just have to wait and see on that. But there could not be more of a difference between the way that Eric Batista talked about it and the way.
Do one of you have that handy, or Bill? Do you have that up? Because I'm going to guess that a lot of people in the chat haven't seen Eric's statement, because I've talked to a handful of counselors and they hadn't seen it until I mentioned it to them. So it seems like this went out last minute. And
yes, thanks, Ben. Eric put it, or whoever does Instagram for the city, put it on Instagram. Eric Batista has released an announcement. They didn't put anything about the announcement on Instagram. They just said go to the link in the bio, basically.
Now, does the lawyer? So, is the lawyer still retained by the city right now? If he's putting out statements that apparently, we don't agree with.
There's no way a lawyer like of that caliber makes a statement without running it by the manager and the mayor and probably a long table with Mike Angelini and Tim Murray and a bunch of other people that don't meet publicly sitting there.
It was so crazy that this lawyer, who's never stepped foot in Worcester before, I have to imagine, says, I speak for everyone in the Worcester community when I say that the Department of Justice was way out of line here. I speak for the entire Worcester community. Is like the exact quote, I think, which is just fucking crazy.
Oh yeah, there's a city council meeting.
Sally on Instagram, can you just put out a statement? We gotta find that for sure.
We're gonna do approve of the minutes. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio? Councilor Gia?
Yeah, what was somebody was saying in the chat earlier that Kate Toomey's saying some stuff on Twitter. She unfortunately has blocked me.
No, you can see it now. He changed. Elon Musk changed the.
Oh, right.
Thanks, Elon. Right. Mars and Kate Toomey's tweets.
So this is
Aren't we
amazing?
Let people know we're going to do public. I know we have people from the library here today, so we're going to do public participation. Then we're going to do the election of the library board directors. Then do the tax classification. Then we have the reconsideration, which will be part of the petitions. So after we do all the petitions, we'll go back to executive sessions. Sort of the plan. So we'll see. So public participation means.
Mr. Chairman, could you just repeat the last statement? I couldn't understand the last couple of sentences.
Executive session. Okay, we'll do that after the petitions. So we give everybody a chance to speak instead of waiting. Yeah. Okay, just your name, city of residence, and the item number.
All right, here's the candy statement.
Yes, Fred Nathan, Worcester. 12.40. It would be nice
I gotta start my timer. How long it's gonna take them to? How long it's gonna take a city councilor to mention the DOJ investigation?
How in God's name do you misplace a fire hydrant? I would love to know that.
We're off to a good start, people.
Yes.
We are off to a good start.
This is what I came back to Massachusetts for.
How in the hell do you misplace a
the
fire
media is here to listen to. Just a quick thing so people get it clear.
What report is that?
On the DOJ.
No, we're not talking about that.
Anyhow,
No, we're not commenting on that tonight.
the exec.
It's not in front of us.
well, that's what they're here for.
Right, you can talk.
Then I'm here just
Good
to
point,
take
Fred.
pictures of everybody. But just to be clear, I do have 2 minutes. And under those 2 minutes, I can say, as long as I don't say anything that's, well, just to be clear,
On the agenda, yes.
I understand, but that's what they're here for. But the DOJ puts out a report.
No, you can't, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too,
I
but-
enforced it last week, a couple weeks ago.
Uh-huh.
Enforced it a couple weeks ago.
I'm getting sued by like 400 people right now. Please don't say anything that isn't on the agenda.
Leon probably
No,
knows
listen,
something.
you can't speak about the DOJ report
Cruise
because
and
I
other
did
artists
that
follow
to the
the
Palestine
agenda.
people.
Yeah,
So,
and
nah.
Anybody else?
Who's there with cameras, Bill? Any idea?
I would say that's probably like Channel 4 and Channel 7.
In the city, both residential and commercial here on.
Those were the ones that were on the Zoom
8A,
call.
tax classification. First of all, thank you. This is a tough vote. I know it's
Which I
thankless.
completely
There's
forgot to write about.
No way anybody's going to be happy. But I do urge you to reconsider a path the city was on, narrowing the difference between the rates. While it's a difficult calculus and residents have been disproportionately burdened with inflation, cost of groceries, gas, et cetera, the same is true for commercial owners. In addition, we face double-digit increases in health insurance, liability insurance, property and casualty insurance, and there's a looming bill.
Frank, can we
that's
bump the
coming in
volume on the
to
council just a
solve
nudge?
during the pandemic. The Commonwealth gave away almost $2.8 billion in unearned unemployment insurance.
Is that good, or do we need
The
some more?
bill has not come due yet. The current federal administration hasn't sought to collect it. I'm worried that the next administration will, from states. like the
Conceivably,
one we
a city
live in.
councilor
And that's paid
could
by
make a
typically
motion
small businesses
to
that own
suspend the
commercial
rules
properties. That's going
to
be
allow
an
people to talk about the
unexpected,
DOJ
massive
report,
bill.
right?
Right.
And I would just ask that you.
With
bear
the number
that in
of
mind.
councilor statements that have been put out this
You know,
afternoon,
small
I have to
businesses
imagine
come through a
somebody will
very
in fact do
difficult
that.
time, as we all know. There's been many closures. The upcoming one of Redemption Rock Brewing, a nice, beautiful community space, is very difficult to bear for most people. But I would just ask that you consider that as you consider setting the rates. And if we could continue on a path of narrowing them, I think it would be extraordinarily helpful and create a lot of opportunities to open small businesses, particularly from disadvantaged communities in the city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is Greg Degamation. I come here as a citizen and lifelong resident here in the city. I'd just like to thank the city manager for moving the estimated $239,000
System, that's what they're going into executive session
into the
for.
fire department stabilization
It's not a
fund
10
for
grand
the,
raise. It's making
construction
sure that he
of,
makes 10 grand more
the
than the
South Division
superintendent,
Fire Station.
which is an absolutely
and,
wild thing to have in your contract.
Firehouse. It is indeed one of
A
the
clause
most
that you get paid
important
more
capital
than
projects here in the city. And
Any
along
other
with
municipal
that,
employee,
with the needed redundancy.
when the second
over on
highest paid
McKean
one behind
Road,
you is a woman, that's just
with
crazy.
the tweaks being made in South Division, the need to keep the redundancy of the Emergency Communications Center over there, and the appropriation of that $76,000 for that. And just lastly, Mr. Chairman, there is no greater civic and social expectation than a
I'm trying to think of how to
fire
say
hydrant. Thank you, Mr.
Camus
Chairman.
Russell in my head, but I can't get it out right. But yeah, that is it.
What's your name, say your residence?
Hi, my name's Serenity Jones, resident
Russell
of
from
Worcester,
Wish.
and I am here
George
to
Russell
ask
from
the
Wish.
council floor to please consider the lowest tax rate for the residents as well as the businesses. And
Oh, the residents
I feel
and
like
the
we give a lot
businesses. You want the
away
lowest
with
tax rate?
gifts, and Worcester really holds value now.
I think we should flip it just
and it
one
would be
year
nice
and
to
have the
see some of
residents
these
pay the
bigger
highest
companies
potential tax rate and
not
the
get
businesses
everything
pay the
handed
lowest
to them, have them pay
possible
their
tax
fair
rate.
share.
I guess it's good.
I know
Just for
myself as
fun.
a resident, I have yet another rent increase coming up because of taxes.
That's
And
not why your rent's
Because
I
going
know
agreed.
up.
myself, like I am
That's
struggling
okay.
to maintain.
It's literally not
and
why
to be
your
able to
rent's going up,
survive
but it's
in
glad
this
that you just
city.
stated that so confidently.
And we just need a moment to breathe, to recover from.
Imagine going
the
and talking
recession,
about
from
the
cost
split
of
tax
food,
rate
and
on
everything else that
the
we've had to
hope
experience within
or
the
even
last
just
4
impression that
years.
it will affect your
So
rent in
please,
any
as
way.
you vote tonight, please take that into
You think your rent's gonna
consideration.
go down
Please
if
consider
the
these small
taxes go down?
businesses. We don't want
Dummy,
to lose
dumb, dumb, dumb.
another local staple
Stupid.
in the city of Worcester. We have already lost so many. So I'm really asking that from my city council members. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is your name, city residence, and item number?
Yes.
City
Incredible.
Council.
Item number you're talking about.
Oh.
Okay.
My item number is just bouncing off of Serenity. Yes.
Oh, the taxes? Okay.
Yep.
What's your name?
Kelsey Chrysostimo, District 3, Worcester. I just wanted to say that that's a great idea, but Not Your Mama's Cafe, a vegan restaurant, recently shut down. And I think that I
didn't
read
know
the
that.
pillars that you guys put
that
out
is a
in
very
front of
weird
City
reaction.
Hall, and it just inspired me. Like, one of them says, a person should always practice kindness and compassion towards
How dare you
others, and
celebrate the
that's
closing
great.
of a local
And I
Come on,
think
Bill.
as a society,
Wow.
well,
I
just
know
as
you're
heartless.
alone,
I know
we
you're
grow
a
our
self-proclaimed
compassion,
carnivore, but
not
come
only
on.
towards humans, but I think if we grew compassion towards animals,
How did I make that
we
happen?
would be a better
Not like
society
this.
and treat others better. Another one was, a person should always respect the
what
environment and
does the
strive
balloons.
to leave a positive impact on the world. I think together that we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any, go ahead, Colin.
Colin Novick, Greater Worcester Land Trust, 135 Olean Street, and I'm here for items 12.4A and 12.4B. 12.4A is for a conservation restriction to be given to the City of Worcester Conservation Commission on 7.8 acres of forested land on the north shore of Cook's Pond. This opportunity is made possible through the community-mindedness of Miss Lucy Candide of Worcester, and this is a rare opportunity for the city to meet its open space goals without the expenditure of city funds. This is an amazing opportunity and a great, wonderful thing that comes before you. 12.4B, 553 Plantation Street is a transfer to Conservation Commission of land from tax title. This land was developed in the 1980s, and in the development plan that went before Planning Board, the parcel before you was dedicated for open space. But it fell between the cracks, disappeared, and reappeared periodically. It is most recently in the tax title bin. This is a chance for us to reclaim the land that the Planning Board designated open space as part of the development of A.J. Lane's original apartment tower on Plantation Street in the 80s. So this is an incredible chance to reclaim something that was lost. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
David Webb, City of Worcester. Congratulations to our esteemed city solicitor on his anticipated retirement. I appreciate that it was announced right after this body voted to implement a review.
I just remember the story
process.
from, I think it was
few
from
days
like last
after
year.
another
A
federal
friend of
lawsuit
mine,
was
a
filed,
comedian,
right before the Department of Justice
did a show
report
for
came back with
Serenity,
its horrifying
and
report, just before the ACLU
she
said
got
that the
she
city
got into it
restriction
with a
broke law
crowd
and
member
silenced
during her
thousands of
set.
protesters at its
They
October
started yelling
22nd
back and
meeting.
forth.
Good timing.
And then she went
This
outside
37 years of
and took a
impact
phone
has
call
protected deceptive
and
medical centers
didn't realize that her
and
phone
full
was still
accountability
connected to the
and
stereo
kept
from
DEI
playing
a
music before the
non-existent
show.
priority.
And at some point during
It's not on the
the
agenda.
some point during the
This is
conversation,
regarding 10A and
it
22B.
like flipped back like
Wait,
to the
it's not on the
stereo,
agenda, though.
and so they could just hear
I'm
her
looking forward
talking to her,
to
like
the
talking
next
to
chapter for
like on the
Worcester. I
phone,
hope
being
that we
like,
do
"Yeah,
not
this
simply use the
fucking
Worcester
c word in
thing
the
of promoting the
audience."
person who
I almost
has
kicked
done
her
the job
ass,
under
and the
them
lady
for the
ran
past
outside
years by
and started
appointing
fighting. They
either
started
Deb
fighting.
Forcier or
Oh my
Alexandra
God.
Kalkunis. Like the city manager or chief of police
That's awesome.
positions, this position
That was
needs
a
to be
really
filled with
special
an
phone
actual
call to
search.
get from
Yes
that
on
comic
items 14B
later that night.
and C. Yes on 14D, E, F, and G. These orders will highlight a few different systematic problems within our city. 14J, sure, whatever, amend it to candlepin and let's not waste much time on this. 14I, why do we need to ask our manager to provide metrics for effectiveness or clarity on whose responsibility it is to evaluate programs? Wouldn't a well-managed city already have this information readily available? Which brings me to 10A and 22B. Councilor Morris Bergman and Mayor Joe Petty's order to extend Manager Batista's contract, which, as I understand it, is longer with a higher severance and still no clearly defined expectations or goals. We've given him 2 years. The city is not safer. It's not cleaner. It's not more diverse. It really doesn't seem like it's on its way towards accountability or progress. I implore this administration to learn from its mistakes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going.
That didn't seem like a genuine thank you.
No, I'm calling bullshit on that. Thank you.
Should get him back up there and make him do it again.
Go ahead, sir. What's the name, city residence, and item number?
Hi, good evening. Robert Hardman.
It's good he
308
recorded his
Street,
votes,
Worcester,
though.
Mass.
We'll need that later.
My statement is actually in regards to
When they
12.9
totaled up the votes,
operations
you got to count
DPW.
David Webb's votes in there.
This is in regard to the upcoming snow plowing season. The 4 streets in my area, Longview, Edwidge, Rockwood, and Jeremiah, are all dead-end streets. And typically, we are sort of overlooked in the snow plowing facilities. I can't recall 1 year in the last, as of this coming February, 20 years, I've not had to make at least one phone call to have the street plowed. At some points, my neighbors and I have even gotten out with our own shovels to dig out the streets so we can get in and out.
Okay, so what are you complaining about
And
then?
when the street's been plowed,
Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, your snow bootstraps.
satisfactory.
I think it would be kind of cool if you could get like if you had a dead end street and you could get the neighbors to agree not to have it plowed, but like because everyone agreed that it'd be more fun just to drive on it with like 4-wheel drive and whatnot. I think that would actually be kind of a cool experiment for the city to have. Anytime you see like a video or a nice picture of somebody driving in like northern Vermont, it's always on a street that isn't plowed, snow covered.
Right.
Seems like it could be awesome.
Oh, just want to let everybody know that we were on a hype train a little while ago.
Nobody else?
Because we got subscriptions from Do the Wop and
John
Benny
Snyder,
Blanco
real
and
estate
Cheers from Main
nice
South
to see
Mom.
a lot of
So
familiar faces. Just
that's
wanna
pretty
talk
fun.
about,
I always I haven't figured out the notifications for hype trains because they don't come through.
Commercial background. I sell more real estate.
A hype train would be great.
Brian, shut up.
This is important. Good real estate brokers.
Patton
don't
Oswald
know
is
taxes.
speaking. Patton Oswald is speaking. Stop
taxes.
talking. Patton Oswald
and
is at
Westford and all
the
the
Worcester
towns
City
and
Council.
Worcester.
Is he gonna
Which
do
is
the monologue
crazy.
from Parks and Rec about the new Star Wars movies?
Don't have $30 commercial tax rates. In Worcester, we've got
But that's
so
great
much
that we're on
going
hype
on
train.
here, and we've got such a
yeah,
renaissance,
John,
and we're
thank
bringing in
you.
all the business. But how much are we keeping out with this restrictive $30 tax rate that nobody else is seeing? So I would just encourage us to get to line 1, a unified tax rate, and not mess around between 251 and 258 and 264. I'm young. What do I know? But I think that that's the right direction that we should head. I think Worcester's got so much going for it, and I think that this is something that's keeping businesses away. Why not just cross the line into Shrewsbury? It's nicer
Thanks,
anyway. They
Ringo.
got schools anyway, and we know why, because we're from Worcester. We love Worcester. So
Whoa.
line 1,
relax.
Unify the tax rate. Blah blah blah. Nice to see.
Do the old Carvel bit.
We need to get him back on a weekly basis.
Yeah, he's great.
Okay, see another person. What's your name, see your residence, and item number?
Good evening. My
This
name
guy's
is
locked
Jackson
in.
Restrepo. I'm a Worcester resident, 5 Greenside Lane, here in Worcester. And I am here in reference to item number 8A. And I want to urge the city council to seriously consider bringing us back to a single tax rate. It is my humble
Who is
opinion
this
that
menacing
back in the
fellow
1980s,
in
we
the
as a
back?
society made a
That
terrible
is
mistake
Steve
to
Quist.
have
He's
or
the
establish a
facilities
dual tax
director
rate.
for the Railers
Because we basically
properties.
sent a message
Dude, that's
loud and
Steve
clear
Quist?
to the
Yes.
businesses
Yeah.
that, yeah,
Oh my
Former
God.
city
because
council
they're
candidate,
different,
Stephen
and
Quist.
because they're rich
That's
and
what he looks like
powerful,
now?
then
Well,
they
yeah,
should
after
share
the
a higher
he's actually got the low
share,
pony going.
unfair
It's
share
the
of
beard,
tax
everything
burden
really
that we
came
as a
together
society have
after
to carry.
the
Oh, I see
bid
it
at
now.
D5.
I think that
I
it
see
was
it
a
now.
major mistake
Yeah,
that was
all right.
done, and now I feel personally
He drives a cool
and
scooter.
I'm sure that many people in
That's
this
cool.
community
Steve's
and
living the
elsewhere,
dream.
for that matter, would agree
Yeah.
with me that it's now
Steve
time
took
to
a
right
complete
along.
180 on me
Businesses are the
as a person.
lifeblood of our community.
He used to be.
They are the ones that are cooking the food.
He used to call me
when we wanna
Diamond
eat
Bill
outside, they're the
Shaner
ones
when
that
I
are
worked at Worcester
entertaining us
Magazine.
when we're looking for
As soon
entertainment.
as I
They're the
went out
ones
on
that
my
are
own
providing us with jobs.
and started
And
writing
yet, we are treating them unfairly
in the way I'd
with
like to.
this tax rate that
Big flip,
folks here
big flip
have
there.
already talked about.
He no
50,
longer
depending on the industry,
no longer
50 to
likes me.
80%
He
Start calling you fool's gold.
Just like
Yeah.
just like his take on David Lee Roth. He was big right when they were together, but once he realized he was out there on his own and he wasn't actually drinking bottles of Jack Daniels and it was just apple juice in that bottle, give up.
It's not fair to them, and it
know
explains
what?
why since the
Bill, you gotta
1980s,
drink some JD in front of him.
businesses,
Yeah.
generally speaking, have left our city and they're going
Kate
to surrounding
Toomey,
towns.
I found
My
Kate
understanding
Toomey's
is
statement
that
on the DOJ
in central
investigation.
Massachusetts,
Oh,
there's
yeah.
only two
So I'm
towns,
blocked
two other
too,
towns that are
Brian, but
doing this,
now
that
since
have a
Twitter
dual
is so
tax rate.
awful, you can
That is the
just
town of
go
Charlton, and that is
Doesn't
the
actually
town
mean
of
anything.
Auburn.
look at their
And
tweets. You
if
can't
my
like
memory serves me
interact
right,
with
they
them.
Sure.
are
You
moving
can
in the
look
right
at them.
direction towards a single tax rate, with the exception of Worcester.
She
and
says
all
that the
of central
Department of Justice
Massachusetts.
has an
Let's
obligation to
do-
give us facts and
let's do the right
evidence to be
thing, and
brought
let's right or
forward so
wrong.
we can address the
Thank you.
egregious allegations outlined in the report and take action. No, that's the
That was-
police department's
yeah.
job.
What's your name, so your residence
They
and
fucking
number?
biffed it.
The Department of
Good
Justice
evening.
has
My
to
name is
do
Donald
our
Bryan.
job.
I'm
They're
the
not doing
Director
our
of Business
job.
Recruitment for the Chamber of Commerce here in Worcester, and I live in Waltham, Massachusetts.
Oh, you live
Prior
in
to joining
Waltham?
The chamber, I've
Get outta
been
here.
in the Worcester market.
Don't care.
As a commercial real estate agent.
Moody Street's pretty
for the
nice.
better part
Oh
of
no,
5
wait, is that?
years.
Yeah, that's
And
Waltham, right?
This commercial tax rate
Yeah.
is a
Yeah.
huge impediment to businesses choosing to locate here. I won't belabor the point with some of the other folks and what they've said. One stat I'll point to the council's attention is since 1984, when the city moved from a single tax rate to a dual tax rate, we saw the assessed value of commercial industrial property fall from 35% of assessed value to 21. Now, what does that do?
I
What's
think that
the
might have had
impact,
something to do with
for people who live in
a
Worcester?
lot of things besides the tax
Well,
rate.
The residents
maybe
now
like the
pay a
deindustrialization
outsized proportion
of
of,
the
their
United
share
States.
for covering all the services that all the residents do need. So we
something
encourage
along those lines.
the council to consider line 258 for the tax classification. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Ooh, that wasn't supposed to go up, but I'll take a moment to say this Friday we got the Sort of Late Show. Hat off the rails. With Kate the Clown as our headlining guest. And report.
Stable jobs.
Comedian Janet McNamara. It's gonna be a great show. $10. Come on down.
This is an
Got a lot
opportunity
of fun stuff planned.
for us to really work to create a big, great business atmosphere and create a welcoming feeling. And yes, we have opened a business.
I got
in
coffee
Worcester.
all over me.
I have
My new hot dog mug is too wide.
phone plan.
But check it out.
And I want to buy a new phone. It's
Check it out.
$700.
In the middle.
And if I was new,
Got a little hot dog in there.
what's happening in the city of Worcester now?
You can see when you're almost done with your Joe because you get a little hot dog.
How many times have you hurt your face trying to bite that thing?
Taking care of the people that are in the city.
Brother.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I had to put foundation on so you wouldn't see the bruises. Bruises on my upper lip.
I'm sorry.
C4M317, welcome.
What's your name?
I'll be back in 1 second. I gotta clean up.
I need to pull it down. Good evening, everyone. My name is Katia Norford, resident, homeowner, business owner, and the Main South Business,
Molly.
Business Association president this year.
Molly.
I am speaking on item AA,
Wow.
and I assume all of you read my email back on November 26th expressing my concern about the proposed residential or commercial tax rate. Maybe you are not aware of the crisis and hardship our small businesses and homeowners are facing right now, especially those in area less fortunate. Over the past several years, the widening gap between resident and commercial tax rate has placed an increasing financial burden on the business community, making it harder for us to sustain and grow our operation in Worcester. Last year's vote
It's kind of lazy of
for the
Channel
highest
10 to
commercial
just drop
tax
their
rate
mic there like that.
significantly impact local businesses
yeah.
like mine and many others that I know. And this year proposed
Just
rate
steal it.
will be only making it worse. I urge you to support a fair and equitable tax that consider the needs of both residential and business properties owners. People like me and many others again that I know that have invested in this city for 10, 20 plus years, I believe they deserve to live, work, and create family wealth for their future generation. I know that we need to sustain the
figure out a way to
city,
peg the
but there are
commercial
many other
tax rate
venues
with
to
the
fulfill
commercial
that
tax
gap.
rate. and
Please vote for a balanced
will mirror a
solution
business's
to
marketing
support
budget
our local
and the amount of
businesses,
taxes that they pay.
our community, and help keep Worcester a
Proportionally,
thriving place
the more
to live
annoying
and
you are,
work
the
in.
higher your tax rate is.
I believe that we vote for you to amplify our voices and to advocate for our own benefits. So thank you so much.
He put his head in his paws and then rolled around on the ground a lot.
Thank you, Mr.
I know, Ringo. I
Speaker,
might actually be
identify
going
the
out for that one.
motion.
I'm still not sure if it's fucking worth it after the disaster that was A&M to you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. This your name, city residence?
Yep. So I am Yenny DeRoche. I am a resident of Worcester. I'm speaking in support of my items 11J and K. One is urging Worcester to engage directly with the State Department's Subnational Diplomacy Unit. And the other is for participation in national and
There's actually a bowl game at
international
Fenway too for anyone who's
organizations
into
and conferences
football.
that will help support
Tickets are
our
like dirt
growth,
cheap right now.
such as the Smart
Yeah,
Cities
who's playing
Expo.
in it this year?
One thing
I don't
that a
know.
lot of people don't realize, and I didn't know myself until very recently, is that we're not just a port city, we're an international port city. We have our own customs agents that process shipments that come to us through New York, Boston, or directly through even our airport. And this is done by companies, both ones that are US based or ones like the Israeli owned Zim integrated shipping services. And if we don't tap into our knowledge and if we don't pay attention to the fact that we are an international city, we will
Bill, what's it like on the other
harm
side?
ourselves going forward. Because if we don't use it, it's not just about trade, it's about a foundation for resilience and opportunity if we choose to lean into it. The Biosecure Act, for instance, was a dangerous proposed federal law that was designed to restrict Chinese biotech companies. While it was left on the table this term, it could return or inspire similar legislation, or if something similar happen, that causes Wuxi Biologics not just to put a pause on their development for the Reactory project, but to completely pull out of Worcester entirely. And this is something that has been happening behind the scenes that has been addressed in Congress, but it has not shown up anywhere locally other than Jim McGovern talking about
My inner
it,
sixth grader
on
giggles
the
every
national
time someone
stage.
talks about something pulling out of Worcester.
We need to put our money and our time and where our mouths are. If we want to be this amazing city, this shining example of what a modern city can be, we need to start paying attention to those kinds of things and leaning into them to benefit us, not just kind of hurt us when we don't pay attention to them, like the Biosecure Act might have done. We need to attend things like the Smart Cities Expo, where we can build partnerships across state, regional, national, and international levels, so that we get the best information from the people who have been doing it and know what they're doing the best. For example, the State Department's Subnational Diplomacy Unit. They've worked with over 5,000 local government officials, mayors, governors, county supervisors across the states, facilitating job creation and investment opportunities. We've even had some of this benefit in our past, where we had people from Russia or people from, I think we had Russia, we had Israel, we had Greece, and
We should have a sister city tax program where, like, we get our tax bills and we just mail them to residents in another city of equal size and just see what they do with them.
Really leaned into them.
Maybe they'll pay them. Everything will break
And
even.
what Mina Hatchigan at the State Department is doing is helping cities and towns across the country connect with each other across the country, as well as with international partners, for things like getting the energy system that LA has just gotten from Japan, which is more efficient than anything that we have in the US. So I would really like to make sure that we don't just look at what it could mean for us from a trade perspective, but also for climate protection with the energy system, or economic development, or grants, or being able to bring investment in from international agencies and companies.
Okay, thank
The
you.
so-called Worcester Renaissance has brought us up
you wrap up
to
your
where
comments,
we
please?
are. Yep, one sentence. But this will help us hopefully bring us up to being that shining example of modernity. And also, please vote yes on 14I because it ties right in. If we're doing one, we should do the other.
Thank you. Next up.
Yeah, C4, they do that
Mr.
for
Mayor,
anyone who's
next
calling into the
speaker is
meeting.
Natalie Gibson, I'm trying to meet the resident now. And please state your name and city resident.
It's Gio.
Yes, Natalie Gibson, Worcester, Mass, District 5. I'd like to
Nobody's
say
been
that
tagged in the
I,
face just yet.
In
so
agreement
far.
with 8A, 11JK, 14I, and I also agree that
I did
we
see
need to
George
do
priming a can of
a little bit
Montana
more
Black over in
with
the corner
our
there, so we'll see
streets
how this goes.
winter. Thank you.
Yeah, but he's rolling a new stencil that he's trying that he's been throwing out.
That's it.
Okay. Okay. We are next going to the election. Is that right? Yeah, election of 2 residents to the Library Board of Directors. We have 2 vacancies. We have 5 people that have applied. So I want to thank you for applying.
This is the one that's going to take it takes like 4 hours to get through these.
From District 1, Fiona.
Statements in 2 rounds of
from
voting,
District
right?
3, Kimberly
Yeah.
Smalley from District 3, Sheila Trapasso from District 3, and William Wallace from District 4.
William Wallace?
So we're going to do.
Someone's
you don't
paint-
have to,
someone's
but
gonna
if
be
you wanna say a
painted
few
tonight.
words, I see the other library board members are here. That's nice. Thank you for coming, Jason Homer and everyone. So we can go from first to last here. So if you don't have to speak if you don't want to, but Allison, just introduce yourself and.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gee, I
I'm
think you
Allison
sent us real close to a
Chisholm
hype
Hansen. I've
train.
been a resident of Worcester since 1992. I live at 66 Eagle Road. I want to join the library board because I think it's time to bring some experience to the board that I have with the Friends of the Library, which I joined within 6 months of moving here. I was really honored to be asked. And I was its president for 2 years under Penny Johnson. I've spent quite a lot of time in the Worcester Public Schools, 17 years of kids in the Worcester Public Schools, where I served on site councils, booster clubs, PTOs, and the library is so connected to the Worcester Public Schools. I thought that would be an important experience to bring to my board membership. I'm also the secretary on the executive committee for the Worcester Education Collaborative.
No, Yenny, that
which
was
is a board
fantastic.
that I've been
You
a
kidding
part
me?
of since 2011.
That was great.
And I'm very pleased to be part of that board, which is a critical friend of the Worcester Public Schools and an ally in supporting excellence in education. And I want to bring some of that energy and enthusiasm, particularly as we refocus on literacy in the city. I think that the connection between the Worcester Public Schools and the library can only be stronger, and that's why I want to join. I'm a business owner here in the city as well, so I believe
Well,
in
tell us
the
about
future
your
success
tax
of our
rate
city
thoughts.
through the strength of our children's education and the role that the library plays in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Fiona?
Good evening. My name is Fiona Jatan Singh. I'm a resident from 37 County Street in District 3. I'm just going to basically read my letter of intent. My name is Fiona Jatan Singh. I attained my business administration degree at Johnson & Wales University in Providence, Rhode Island. I also earned my international business degree while studying at Johnson & Wales. I've studied abroad in the Netherlands. I had a focus in finance. After college, I worked in the banking industry for a few years before I moved to Massachusetts. I moved to Worcester in October of 2010, so I've been a resident for 14 years now, which is when we bought our first home. Since then, I've worked as a substitute teacher, both at Abbott Kelly Foster Public Elementary School for 10 years, and also now currently at Worcester Cultural Academy for the past year now. Most recently, I ran for District 3 City Council because I wanted to better my side of the city and improve things for the citizens of my community who are underrepresented in my district. Also, I'm interested in this position because I feel like I can be a voice for the citizens of my community. I'm a great critical thinker. I have many ideas to improve our city and the libraries. Also, working in the public schools, I see how the libraries are a big asset to the schools too. I'm a mother of 4 children who are very active in the community, ranging from ages 11 to 17. I know what is already working in the city, but I know what can be improved, and I know that we need more diversity on our boards and commissions. I'm a first-generation Caribbean American with much lived experience. About 7.5 years ago, I got my real estate license, and I became a realtor. Originally, I was with the Central Mass Realtor Association. I worked with Keller Williams, the Lux Group, and I currently hang my hat with Cameron Prestige. I'm a member of the North Shore Realtors Association, and I'm on the Government Affairs
Worldwide.
Committee for the North Shore Realtors Association. I was also a member of the Kiwanis. I also like to go hiking with my family. I'm very active in my church. I recently went on a missions trip to Kenya, and I would be greatly appreciated if I'd be considered for this position on the board for the Worcester Public Library. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Kim, what's your name?
Hi, everyone. I'm
I thought Fred was in the running.
Resident of Worcester District 3. I have been a resident of Worcester since 2023. I married into the city. My partner is.
But you're
born and
barely a
raised in
Worcester resident.
And in 2023, we decided very consciously to move back right in time for my daughter to start in Worcester Public Schools, which she did in kindergarten. She is thrilled to be across the hall from the Roosevelt branch of the library. We are avid library goers, as I've been my entire life. I like to give back to my communities. In the past, I've served as a Peace Corps volunteer. I've grief counseled high school students. And most recently, here in the city, I volunteer for the Department of Children and Families as a community reviewer in foster care cases. I'm also a former foster care parent. Professionally, I'm a librarian. I've been in the field for over 15 years. Right now, I work for Fitchburg State University as head of access services. I like to say I run everyone who's behind the front desk.
We can't have any
So
more librarians
I'm
in the
charge of
library.
the customer
Unacceptable.
service and kind of the user experience of that. I understand running a library like a business and understanding the transactions that are going on from the administrative side.
I don't like that. I don't like
In general,
say stuff like that.
I would be thrilled to have this position, and thank you for your time.
No, thank you. Okay, we have Sheila Trapasso who's online.
Mr. Mayor, I'm trying to unmute Sheila.
Sheila, you may have to unmute yourself. Okay, we'll come back to Sheila. We'll go to William Wallace. See if we can get it.
Good evening. I'm William Wallace, otherwise known as Bill Wallace. I am.
And you may take my life,
library
but you'll never
user
take my
since
freedom.
1976. I know that's hard to believe, but I did it as a child. When I came to Worcester, I immediately immersed myself in the wealth of the collections of the Worcester Public Library and used them regularly, not as an individual, but also as a professional. As
Hello,
a
sir.
director of the Worcester
Hello.
Museum. Our
What the
collections
heck?
merge in many ways. They cross-reference one another. Our programs are parallel. I think it brings a lot of
Hey.
experience in how those collections can be better developed.
It is funny that your
I'm just
frozen
a
face
ghost.
is just
of the entire
a very
city.
strong
We
level
also
of concern.
deal at the Worcester Historical Museum or address or interact with Worcester's changing
My face is on there?
demographic.
Yeah, we have. I'm getting a
Populations who
frozen.
find their place in the story of Worcester are the same people who find themselves
What the
at
frickin'
Worcester
heck?
Public Library as users, as readers, as researchers, or
What the goddamn
as
frickin' heck?
employees.
All right.
I have experience with the commission or the committee process. I, for years, too many years apparently, served as the chairman of the Hope Cemetery Commission, so I'm well familiar with the process of interacting with the city at all levels and some of the critical decisions that impact the library. And I think my bottom line thought is that the Worcester Public Library is one of our true gems. It's one of our real assets for every aspect of Worcester's population, every component, every person, whether they're young or old, whether they need a book, they want to do research, they need another service. I think it's one of those gems that requires our best investment. So if I'm able to add some value to that, I'm happy to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Sheila.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think Sheila has dropped from the call.
Okay, so we have 5 candidates. Sheila is a member
Oh,
of the
looks like
library
Boston
board
News
now.
just
She's
finally
for
realized that it is in
March.
fact true Worcester is
So
not
she'll
worth paying
take
attention to.
the vacancy.
Have a great ride back, guys.
I think that's correct.
Thanks for stopping in.
Okay.
Ziggy Bombs is still
So,
probably open if you want to grab something
So
on the
what's
way
going to
out.
happen now is this, thank you for your speaking, much appreciated. And if you don't get on this time, please apply. We have 2 slots every year, unless someone squeezed during the year. Okay, the city clerk shall call the roll of the city council with each member indicating their preference for each of the 2 available positions.
I want to apply for the
person
library
received
board.
the most
My
votes and
statement
who also
of why I should
received
be
6 more
there
votes,
is
which
just
majority
going to
of the
be.
full city council
I
should
really
be
love to
elected
sit
that
down on the
position.
ground and read manga,
If the position is not filled on the
manga,
first ballot,
while people are
the list
trying
of
to look
eligible
at books
candidates should be
around me.
reduced by removing
So
the
in
candidate
that way,
who
I feel like
received
I'm
the
the
least number
most
of votes in the
library
prior
customer.
roll call. So, so the councilors, so you will vote for 2 people. Okay. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman,
Sheila Trapasso, William Wallace.
Councilor Calorio,
Sheila Trapasso and Kim Smalley.
Councilor Haji,
Fiana Jiteng Singh, Kim Smalley.
Councilor King,
Jatine Singh and Smalley.
Councilor Merrill Carlson.
There he is.
You guys seen these cameramen getting bored and just leaving?
Yeah, yeah.
Councilor Nguyen,
Jiten Singh and Somali.
Councilor Ojeda,
Absolutely.
Jiten Singh and Wallace.
Councilor Basillo,
Sheila
Yeah, they-
Trapasso and Kim Smalley.
They figured out what we figured out, what we should have figured out long ago. Nothing
Councilor
worth
Russell.
looking at.
Trapasso and Smalley.
Councilor Toomey,
Sheila Trapasso and Kim Smalley.
Councilor
Oh my God.
Mayor Petty.
I told everyone, I told all my newsletter readers that for this post, typos were a personal problem, and I did
Mr.
not
Mayor,
want
I
you
think we've got
emailing me
Sheila
about it.
Trapasso and Kim Smalley. Sheila Trapasso received.
Yes,
1, 2,
I
3,
misspelled
4, 5,
Kurt
6,
Schilling's
7
name.
votes. Kim Smalley received
I will own up
1,
to that.
2,
I don't want to
3,
hear it.
4, 5, 6,
I just want to
7,
leave it
8 votes.
misspelled for the
He
rest
doesn't.
of the
He doesn't
three,
deserve
and,
to have his name spelled correctly.
Fiana's at 4 votes.
Also, the lawyer that the
Congratulations.
city
And,
contracted
look forward to working with you in the
represented
library.
Kurt Schilling's
Thank you.
financiers in the Studio 38 public fund, the atrocious story around that. So,
Hell
Okay,
yeah.
the tax classification hearing. Determine the
Wait,
tax
do they
rates
only
for
do one
residential,
round? I
commercial,
thought they do
industrial,
2
and
rounds of
personal
voting
properties
for
for
that.
fiscal year 2025. And communication city manager submitting information
I
communication.
think that, isn't this like their modified
package? And we also have.
how's the word fucking escaping me?
item
Ranked choice
22A,
voting
which
thing
is
where
the,
it all comes down to like consensus.
recommendations for the funding. So, Councilor Pasillo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I didn't think they
I
reached
proposed
consensus.
line
I thought there was-
264. Low taxes are essential for our families. My partner and I own a single-family home in Burncoat.
interesting that
and
Jenny is
between
got
groceries, car
the,
insurance, gas,
got the
having
tap
kids,
to
other bills,
read
it's
this
not
discussion
easy.
and pick the
And I
arbitrary
fully
line that
recognize
everyone
that.
votes for.
Many Worcester
That's fun.
residents are on tight budgets like us, and rising property taxes risk making housing unaffordable. Keeping taxes reasonable ensures
Jenny,
that
your
folks can
partner
stay in
owns
their
a house in
homes. We
Burncoat.
have an item on the agenda tonight for an elderly exemption program, and I really appreciate when the city tries to think outside of the box a little and work with
Be
residents.
back in a sec.
That being said, I'm choosing 264 because, as we heard tonight, small businesses in the city are hurting, and a competitive commercial tax rate will attract new businesses while helping the existing ones. And I believe that it shows we're working to help our small businesses and bring new folks in if we can just try to start shrinking the gap a tiny bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, first of all, I want to thank Mr. McGurthy and our assessor, Sam Kaminsky. I always kill his name, but I apologize for that. But for the package that they presented,
the
these
package.
numbers are just a whole lot of numbers that every year we get, and even as being what's considered a veteran member of this council, I still look at the numbers and scratch my head.
Yeah, that's 'cause you're
I want to
dumb,
thank
dude.
them, the staff, for putting together this frequently asked questions, because really, when it comes down to it, this is all I need. This frequently asked questions, and this chart shows the percentage increase for single families, for condos, for 3 families, for apartment buildings, and for commercial buildings. And then they give us the median commercial buildings as well as the average. Mr. Chairman, at the lowest possible rate for the residential, the lowest, at the lowest possible rate for the residential, we're going to see almost a 3% increase for single family. But more importantly, we're going to see almost a 7%,
Got some very exciting lap steel
6.85%
news for everybody.
increase in the average three-family bill.
Check this out.
The average three-family bill. Mr. Chairman, I got elected to represent the neighborhoods in District 3.
Got a couple whammy bars on this bad boy.
Used to call it the
Lap
most
steel
residential district in the city.
whammy bars.
And I think he's
Let me
right.
see if I can get it in.
And if you look at those
beauty.
three-family homes, and we talk about the housing crisis that we have now, and if we look at increases that every year because of the assessed values, then we have no choice other than to vote for this lowest possible rate. 6.85% increase on three families at the lowest possible rate. The numbers go up from there. The number that my colleague
The chat is requesting Iron Maiden.
Another 0.5% increase in those three deckers. But now if you move over to the apartment houses, all these large apartment complexes and apartment houses, we're looking at an average increase of 25%. 25% at the lowest possible rate for apartment houses. If we have a housing crisis now and we're worried about rents going
Getting there.
how in the world can we expect property owners to not pass along a 25% increase or even a 7% increase to the three deckers, but a 25% average increase?
That was
to
run
the
to the
residential,
run to the hills.
occupants of those apartment houses. And Mr. Chairman, that same last line gives an average increase on the commercial rate of 0.85%, less than 1%.
They're talking about the tax rate now. They voted in Smalley and Trapasso, I think.
Because obviously
the library board
commercial
vote.
stuff, when you talk about some of the large buildings, some of the numbers are off, so they look at the median sometimes as opposed to the averages. So, Mr. Chairman, that says it all to me, and that's why I'll be voting, and I make a motion to approve the lowest possible rate, lowest residential rate.
Zero line 267. Anybody else? I guess it could be the shortest. Okay, so we'll take a vote. We'll take a vote
another
on
cool
264, which
toy
is
I got here. Bought an Ebo. Ready?
Yeah.
Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair to the administration,
Some real horror
one of the
movie
challenges
soundtrack.
we have here as relates to our tax rates are the valuations. We know that folks that own homes, folks that own commercial properties, industrial properties, et cetera, that on a yearly basis they're being reassessed, or at a periodic time they're being reassessed, and those valuations either increase significantly or less significantly. My understanding is that the average three-decker is worth around $400,000 or so. I just want to question through the chair to the administration. Could you speak to what the valuations look like most recently in regards to industrial, residential, and commercial through the chair?
Commissioner? Assessor, I'm sorry.
Good evening, Council. Through the chair, so you wanted to know the major changes this fiscal year?
Valuations, yes.
So,
My cat,
within
who's
the
been having
commercial, segment,
major,
primarily there were some
major
market
diarrhea,
adjustments
has
for,
just gone
primarily
into the
restaurant,
litter box
full-service restaurant, in
right
fact,
next to my desk.
properties. There was a small adjustment for retail.
This has a potential to be truly
obviously
catastrophic.
That last part, I heard
Trying to eat your bill.
For retail property use. So whether it's small retail, less than 10,000 square feet, or a large big box store. So within the office space classes, we did not see a market adjustment in those, in that the city still has a significant amount of inventory, and due to the change in demand for office space as a result of the pandemic, that was not a class that we had a market adjustment up on. The hotels did see a small adjustment this year up. They are
Increase.
recovering. The hotels.
I'm sorry, through the chair. Did you
The
say
bear.
up?
It was quick.
Yes.
So just a P. Just a
The
P.
hotel classes, so hotels within Worcester did see a market adjustment up, a positive market adjustment. And that's simply because they are recovering from the pandemic's impact. Within the industrial uses across the board, we did see the most significant market adjustments this year. And that's been I'd say for the last 4 years, it's been a trend here in Worcester that we've made substantial increases to the industrial classes. And that is simply based off of the market conditions.
What do you think was the last time this guy killed somebody with his bare hands?
Through the chair to the administration, we're talking right
That'd be
now
a
about
few hours at least.
line item 264 and 267. Can you kind of just break it down?
You know, it's a conspiracy theory I haven't seen, but I'd like to personally
Mr. Chairman, I
promulgate.
want to say that every year we come in here
That
and we hear
show,
from business folks that the sky is
The
falling.
Madness,
we know that
came out
there's
like
a
3
number,
days before
the sky's
the shooter
falling,
did the
we're in the
shooting.
middle of a
And
renaissance.
that
We
is
know
a
that
show that
folks who are
is about shooting a CEO.
challenged
basically.
at the market, challenged
Really?
to
Yeah.
prove
It's
and to be a
spoiler
part
alert, I
of
suppose,
businesses,
but,
small
like,
businesses
it's
are struggling
it's
to pay their rent,
the
struggling
subject
to pay
matter
their
is a little on the nose. So
and we have folks who are on fixed incomes as well. And everything is increasing. Valuations are currently increasing in some areas for commercial and residential, Mr. Chairman.
Christian King,
and that's
expend
just the
your
reality.
political
We're
capital and
constantly
energy
talking
on
about
something useful.
moving
Challenge.
towards a single tax rate, which is line 1, I believe. Mr. Chairman, if we could just ask the administration, 264, 267, is there a significant difference, in the assessed taxes, the average taxes for a 3-family or the large folks from one line to another, in addition to, the differences between the business tax rate and those 2 line items, through the chair?
Absolutely. Through the chair to you, Councilor. So I'm going to start with the median single-family value and the median commercial value, because that encompasses the greatest number of parcels that are within that range.
Phil, I feel like you had some Captain Crunch shit going on there, where you were actually
line
controlling the delay that I was seeing with your guitar playing.
I apologize.
That would have been that. Everyone saw that delay.
Yeah, that was pretty
That
wild.
was just me.
Oh, you might be in charge of this guy right now.
$13.19 per thousand, and the commercial rate would be $28.61. Now,
Do you guys know we're in the top 10%
difference
of
between
politics
the
shows on Twitch?
prior fiscal year's single-family tax bill,
Wow.
median value.
How many
and
politics
this
shows
year's
are on Twitch?
single-family
I don't
tax
know.
bill,
At least
assuming
11.
median value,
There's got to
would
be some
approximately
fucking
$149
terrible shows if
more,
we're in the top 10%.
for the
That's
year.
crazy.
And similarly, on the commercial side, there would be approximately $148 increase for the year for the median commercial value.
At 264, through the chair?
That's at the line 264, which is a 1.7401 shift. And then if we go to line 267, you will see the tax rate drop down to $13.16 per thousand on the residential side, and $28.74 on the commercial, industrial, and personal property side. So this really correlates to an increase of $130 on the median single-family value tax bill, $130 increase, and it would relate to a $209 increase for the year for the commercial classes, assuming a median value. You had
I feel like I
mentioned
could do a really
3 families
good
as well.
guy in truck
Happy to give that
video,
as well.
like that starts off the way that
Okay,
all of
so
those things
if we're
starts
gonna
off
use
and ends
line
with like
264
angles, right?
Against 267
Just like
again.
Trojan horse.
The tax rate's going to be the same for line 264.
Also-
really a guy in a Kia Soul, kind of like.
Yeah.
Mangle, yeah.
Haha,
because
been
we're
in a Prius the
dealing
whole
with,
time.
3 families, it's a residential
Also, I'm a
class.
globalist. Haha.
You will see the average 3-family
What was I gonna say? I had something to say.
increase.
Oh well, I'll never know.
At line 264, approximately $278 for the year. That is, excuse me, that's a 2-family. Strike that. I'm in the wrong column here.
Good God,
You'll see
Brent.
a $511 increase at that line for the year.
Oh
Now, I
yeah,
think that
so
equates
Kara
to,
wrote a piece for Worcester Sucks.
roughly
Kara Bergman wrote a piece for Worcester Sucks
$149.50,
about
give or take.
some Facebook drama having to do with Candy Merrill Carlson and
on the
Rob Bellata.
line
The
267,
Democratic City Committee
with the
is
residential
basically
rate
just
$13.16
working
per
on
thousand,
behalf
you
of
would see
the old guard and no one else.
$494 increase for the year
But
for a 3
within that
family.
piece,
if you
she
want
says that
simple
all
math,
7
the-
of this Republican
the
City Committee
difference
members
between those 2 lines
elected
would be
each other
$17 for the entire
via
year for an
write-ins.
average 3-family.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know,
So,
every year when we come to
our
this
path toward
challenge
the
of
hostile
setting the
takeover
tax rate,
of the Republican
we get
City
into
Committee
this
would require organizing
discussion about
mere
business
dozens
versus
of write-in votes
residential.
in the
Business
next,
entities
I think
versus
the next
people, Mr.
primary.
Chairman. We know that one of the
So
struggles of our small
we could get that
businesses
together
are
for 2026.
having a local
I think.
folks that are
Totally.
able to
Yeah.
go to
What would be the
those
proper
jobs
number of unicorns
to
for our
function,
flag
Mr.
once we accomplish that hostile
For
takeover?
that,
69.
over the last few months, I've met with small business owners.
It's just a unicorn that just says
that
trans on
are
it.
struggling with taxes, struggling with staying afloat, Mr. Chairman. So my last question to the chair, to the administration is, if you could just share a little bit so the public can understand the additional taxes.
Robiz,
that some
that's
of
a
the
good
small
idea.
businesses are,
That's
have
the city
to
could
pay.
raise
I know we
major
have a
revenue
meals
if you were
tax.
just allowed to
I
throw
know that
like
we have,
$1 into the pot
taxes for
for them to immediately take
furniture
a
and
vote on
whatnot. If you could
something.
just share a little bit for folks.
Hell yeah, Traveler.
What those tax burdens are on the residential side through the chair.
Absolutely. Through the chair to you, Councilor. So there's going to be, depending on how the business is set up, if it's renting space or if it owns the building that it operates its business out of. Obviously, if it owns it, it'd be responsible for its own real estate tax bills. But if it's renting, that depends on how the lease is structured, whether it's a triple net, a double net, or a gross lease. If it was a triple net, obviously the taxes would be part of the responsibility of the tenant to pay. So you have that burden. You also are, if you're a food establishment, you would have a meals and use tax if you were serving food. That is a local option, a surcharge that's added to the calculation of the total bill. There's also, when you purchase your equipment, whether it's restaurant equipment or any type of machinery used in, a landscaping company, et cetera, you'll pay, depending on where you purchased that machinery, you would pay the Massachusetts sales tax. And certainly if it was something that you had to register, you would be paying the Massachusetts sales tax on top of your registration fees. And then you'd also be assessed for, as a business, and I want to preface this, I'm going to keep it very simple. The taxation of a business's tangible personal property, there are many different tiers to it within the subset itself, meaning that if you're structured as a non-incorporated entity, certain things are taxable that an incorporated entity would be exempt from. I won't go into the details to bore anyone, but
No, you're not boring
businesses
anybody
are
right now. Don't worry about
also going to be assessed a personal property value for the machinery, furniture, fixtures, et cetera, that are used in the conduct of their business. Now, there are exemptions, but I think that's a whole nother conversation.
It sounds like a radio transmission.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, we have obviously some challenges here with affordability and rent. We have some challenges with our commercial folks.
Got a cool
I certainly
tremolo
think that
pedal.
when you look at the residential rates on line item 264, you're looking at $148 and $141 that's increasing on that particular line item, Mr. Chairman. I'm certainly committed to being as fair as possible, and I think what we're seeing is we've seen, as mentioned, that the hotel industry is recovering. We have also are looking at some positivity in terms of growth. And
Alien transmissions.
I guess my last
only
question
here
to
on
is this.
Worcester Council Theater 3000. We're
I'm
contacting
certainly at line 264, but my
the
question
parallel
is this.
universes.
With respect to properties,
Camber, big news.
parcels that are coming back on the tax roll, we've given tips, because the challenge here is that our larger businesses, our larger parcels sometimes have additional grants and help and funding. And so, through
Getting
the chair to
feedback on the
administration,
feedback, though.
how many parcels are coming onto the tax rolls?
Art negative comment
year?
section.
And in addition to that, Mr. Chairman, over the last 4 or 5 years, can you kind of speak to what that's looked like and what type of revenue we've gained from there? I would also like a report back on a projection, because if we're really going to constantly consider moving towards a single tax rate, it can't be on the backs of our homeowners, our residents. It can't be on the backs of folks on fixed income, folks who are just getting out of school.
Right.
It can't
wrote
be
about
on the back of families
Maura Haley
trying to lift themselves up.
for
So,
Welcome to
Chair
Hell
the
World
administration.
on Monday. That's out now. Check it out.
Through the chair to you, Councilor. Your question was regarding what properties were coming off of a TIF or a tie for fiscal year 25.
Onto the tax roll.
And were being taxed at the full value. So we had several properties for fiscal 25. 35 Major Taylor Boulevard was one of them, and they were assessed a value for FY25 of $21,615,600. There was also another property which was 717 Plantation Street, and that again was assessed at a value of $6,109,375. There were several other TIFs that came off in prior years. FY24 was the last year that 65 Prescott was on any sort of TIF or tie. There was also an ATB litigation ongoing, but this year they were assessed at $14,717,200. We also had 180 Main Street that expired in FY22, and their value was $2,361,000. In terms of properties that were
this guy's effectively made me forget about the DOJ report.
Yeah, they did it.
The next 5 years. So
I don't even know what the DOJ is anymore.
I only compile data on active properties that have a TIF or a tie.
Damn old jars.
So the data I have
Who
in
knows?
front of me is strictly the active ones. I can tell you that the most
Mr.
recent.
Assessor, the manager wants this.
Sorry.
To the chair, and I'll let the assessor speak, but
I have a
our
statement.
understanding right now in
I
the
hate
next
the
5 years,
WPD.
There's one that's coming, and
My
that's
name's
the
Eric
new building
Batista.
that we
Nobody
collectively
please get mad at
decided
me
to
anymore.
Retrieve that TIF. That's one that
They're
we
gonna
know
talk about
actively,
that
and
shit
we
at like
had an appeal
midnight.
process,
This
and
is crazy.
we won that process.
They're not
through
going
the
to talk about
courts,
it at
so,
all. It's not on.
We're hoping that will.
I mean, they'll take it
impact
under
because of that
under
FY26
suspension.
Yeah, under
budget.
suspension at the end of the meeting.
But there's a few others that we're keeping in line as
Which
well.
is
that,
probably going to
the
be at
assessor can
midnight because
address
they
that.
still haven't gone to executive
Going forward,
session,
and
right?
We'd be happy to bring back a report to
Or candlestick bowling.
look like in the next 5 years.
Right.
Thank you. Is there anything you wanted to add, to the chair?
Just simply that, through the chair to you, Councilor, that we have had several come online.
What if we defunded
recently.
the police department
Maybe one of the most
and
notable
funded
ones
the new
would be,
municipal
the One Green Island
department of
Boulevard
La Epic Bacon?
apartment complex near the ballpark.
Yeah.
We
Worcester needs a
also
DOWE.
had another TIF that was
We
for
need
table
a
talk. There was
we need a
also
department of
a
NFTs
tie.
and
The
crypto.
tie would have been for One Green Island Boulevard as well.
Does anybody
Tie is
else,
simply attaching
anybody in the
an,
chat,
agreement that is for
an
residential
admin for
class
any of the
versus a
local
taxing
political
finance agreement for
Facebook
commercial
groups?
or industrial class. There was
And if so,
18 to
can you guys
22
just
Mount
make it
Carmel Way. That would have been a tie.
so that I know ahead of
205
time when they're going to
Summer
ban me for saying
was a
"eat my
tie.
shorts"?
And
It's gonna
6
happen.
Chatham
I get
So those are all
yelled at for
recent
it every
ones.
day.
And I
I'm
do
not
have to
gonna stop
say
doing
that
it.
although I did not mention it as an expired or inactive,
But I just want to know
TIF,
ahead of time so I can
effective
go out in a blaze of glory.
again through court litigation and
I
legal proceedings,
don't check
effective
Facebook
January 1st,
like at
calendar
all
2025.
unless somebody
The
tells me
TIF
that there's something
for
specific
Uno,
I have
which
to
is
look
one
at.
mercantile,
And whenever I go
will
on there,
have
I'm just like,
expired
wow,
and
this
will
place
be
has gotten
assessed,
so much
at
worse.
the
Like,
really
it's just,
so
fucking jarring.
it just gets
useless.
it gets worse and
Effective as of
worse
that year.
Yeah.
every
Thank you.
time I
That
go
new
on.
growth is important in order to maintain stable.
And it's like it's where all of the dumbest
Is that right, through the chair?
local
Through the chair,
drama
new
comes
growth
from.
is the best
Yeah.
gift that we have for offsetting any budget increases
Which I
or
suppose
any
makes sense.
unexpected expenses that the city
It used
may
to be
have,
Twitter, but now Twitter's broken.
as a result of the normal
Right.
conduct of business or possibly an emergency or some other natural disaster. There's new growth is incredibly important.
Yeah, every post
to keeping
for the past 24
stable
hours has been
tax
about
rate
the
and also
DOJ report.
giving the city the ability to, in many cases, lower the tax rate.
Mr. Chairman, is it possible that there's been any work
And then
done
I
on
posted that
projecting new
I
growth
posted
over
that
the
the
next
I unfortunately
years
have to
moving
tell the
forward? Can we
WPD to
anticipate
eat
a
my shorts,
downturn? I know there's a
and
lot
Bruce
of
Hoffner got really
folks
mad at
who are
me.
uneasy over national politics and how those things might move. We've been talking about renaissance and who gets lifted up, who doesn't, who has opportunities, who doesn't. Can you speak to sort of any new growth projection that you've been able to calculate through the chair?
You have to wrap it up after.
Yes,
Blue
sir.
Sky
Last
won't
question.
be
I'll
good
sit down
until
after
the
this.
cranks start getting
Even if I have a follow-up,
and then
I'll
it'll
sit
be
down.
fun again.
Through the chair to you, Councilor. So over the last 4+ years,
I'm enjoying
the
Blue
city of
Sky
Worcester
for the
has
most part.
enjoyed record
Yeah,
new growth.
I like it. I like it just fine.
And
But
I do
it's
not,
not-
see that
it hasn't
trend
hit,
diminishing.
It hasn't hit
over the
like
next 3 years,
2013
which is
Twitter
about as
levels
far out
yet,
as I can go.
by any means of
We
addiction.
have a lot of projects.
Yeah, and no one
that
like
are currently
is willing
underway
to
or in
invest
the
the
pipeline.
time
I'm
and
really
effort it takes to
excited
really
about what's
create
happening at
like
the,
a thing.
Norton
And there,
St.
it's just
Gobain
like
properties.
the best way
That's
I've heard
going to
described is it's
be
just like a constant
the
nonprofit
largest
happy hour.
single track of industrially zoned land in a municipality.
Hey,
in Massachusetts.
me and Ben just
that
said it
is
at the same
slated
time?
for
Yeah.
ready for development.
Wow.
It's going to be awesome. So I'm excited about that. We've had a lot of other, development along the way, whether it was through tabletop.
I started my Blue Sky like right when you could essentially, just to park on my on the screen name.
I don't see the next 3 years
And
being anything but
yeah, it was
years
feeding
for the city
you.
of
It
Worcester.
was feeding a
Growth-wise.
ton of nudity at first, and it was like
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to amplify.
it was
a little
really
bit,
bad. Like
the words of the assessor here.
there was
related to
no
new growth.
warning. There was
Because I
no
think new growth is
there was no one
extremely
on there,
important
so you didn't have a
understand.
feed to
And this council
follow.
body last year
So you would
approved
just
$1 million
if you signed on, you
of
would just be
tax,
getting fed like
savings
random
to the
posts from
residents as
people,
part of the growth.
and it
This
was
year's, free
an
cash
insane amount of
growth,
nudity early on, and it feels like
applications that we're submitting to
they
council that's
ratcheted that back
before us tonight to make a decision. There's $2.2 million
enough so that you
that
can
we're recommending
scroll
for tax
scroll it
relief
in
to our
public.
residents that establish these tables that you see before you.
And as soon as they
So
ratcheted it
I
back,
just want people to
X
understand,
dialed
not
that
only
shit
the
up to
public,
11.
but the council is part of that. You voted that last year, $1 million savings, and then this year, we're proposing a $2.2 million tax savings to our residents.
Okay, anybody else?
I mean, it's good. It's good that you can't look at social media in
lines
public.
is 264,
I think that's
which is a
good
general
because it
increase
makes
of
you not look at it.
164
But it's
dollars to
wild
the,
that
residents and 141
it's just there.
to the commercial.
And you're just scrolling
It's almost like a
regular,
split
looking
between
at
both
regular
parties,
posts,
which we used to do years
and
ago, but then line
just someone's
267
entire
is an increase
insides
to
are shown to you.
152.
Like literally inside.
Commercial,
Yeah.
305.
All the way
Prior
inside.
to taking that vote, we need to take 22A.
That's
Bot farms and thirst trap bot farms are basically the same thing now.
yeah, that's pretty crazy, Cameron. If it's gotten too much for you, that's
Communications team
insane.
may recommend approval to make the necessary adjustments
Reliably
to
and
finalize
consistently,
the fiscal year
the
2025
Horny's
city budget.
poster.
Yeah,
So this
big
is the
time.
allocation that the mayor has recommended, and it gives tax break also, so, roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council
Hang on,
Caloria,
we got a question, hang on.
Yes.
We are on 22A.
Ben White just liked my pinned post on Blue Sky though, so
For,
finally getting some traction here.
for the adjustments for his budget.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King.
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell.
Well, I wish I could be so
Council
sexy.
Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. So,
I just ordered
Council Pasillo's item
Rafat
first,
Ala
which
Rear's
is line
book of poetry.
264.
Reading this drop site news article,
Roll call.
where they're
Council
trying to
Bergman?
get it into
Yes.
the
Council Calorio?
New York Times
Yes.
top 100
Council
bestsellers.
Agia,
No.
Council
Is this
King,
the new Syrian
Council Merrill
guy?
Carlson,
No, this is
Council Nguyen?
this is a Palestinian
No.
poet.
Yeah,
Council Ojeda,
That's
Oh, okay.
Council
All right.
Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
No.
Council Toomey,
And
And
oh
Mayor
yeah, I
Petty.
can't post
Yes.
the link, but
Okay.
people should go order that.
Motion to
Order that book.
reconsider.
Let's get it into the
What-
So
New York
Mr. Mayor, the
Times
vote
top 100
was
bestseller.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 to 4. And there's a motion to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider, roll call.
Council Bergman,
No.
Council Caloria,
No.
Council Agia,
No.
Council King,
No.
Council Merrill Carlson, Council Nguyen,
No.
Council Ojeda,
No.
Council Pasillo,
No.
Council Russell,
No.
Council Toomey,
No.
and Mayor Petty.
No. So we're
Oh,
gonna take
congrats! They
items
picked the arbitrary number
also
on the
items
list. That's great.
8B and 8C, we'll file those.
Yeah, I
with
just
the
can't
reports.
imagine caring about that
That, what are we
anymore.
doing with eight?
8B and 8C, those are reports for the tax classification.
Oh yeah, Gio, big time.
8B and 8C.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Caloria,
Dig was really
Council
good.
Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill
It
Carlson,
was really good.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey, and Mayor Petty.
Yes, we have reconsideration. In accordance with Rule 30 of the Rules of the City Council, Mayor Joseph Petty requests reconsideration of the vote of the City Council taken on November 26, 2024, regard to the following item: petition of Stephen Quist, request installation of immediate parking in the vicinity of WPI, on-street parking but not limited to Faraday Street, Salisbury Street, Boynton Street, Humboldt Ave, Lancaster
requested a
Street,
reconsideration.
John Wing Road,
Yeah.
Oh, my
Drury
God.
Lane, Eldridge, West Street, Dean, Hackfield, Dover, Thornbridge, Cheshire, Washburn.
It's hilarious
Downey,
how guys
Prescott,
like Steve Quist will
and,
like trip over themselves
is
to
that Eon,
take the
Hall Street
Chamber of
in Mass
Commerce's
Ave.
line on these things.
So
and
motion
just,
is to
like,
reconsider.
make
Mr. Chair, what was
WPI
the
villain
vote on
number
that
Yeah,
one.
could you
before?
please repeat that?
We can't, we gotta take a reconsideration first. We
You
can't
can't know
discuss it.
what the vote was?
I don't know what the vote was. Oh, it's like 6-5, I think?
If you give me 1 second, I can probably pull it up.
7-4. 7-4 was to resubmit it back to the court for the petitioner to rewrite it. So, I'll explain it once if we, so. and-
Oh, is it on? Yeah, buy it from
Petitioner was here.
bookshop.org if you can.
I didn't realize he
Yeah.
was here,
It's the best
so he wanted to
spot.
speak. So,
So, Mr. Mayor, procedurally, if you take the vote to reconsider, then you can discuss the
we
item.
discussed the item. Yep. Okay, roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Caloria,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Mr. Quist, there's your names to your residence and item number on your petition.
Steve Quist, Chandler Street. I think it was AK last time I was here a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, you're right.
Just to preface my comments, Councilor Caloria had mentioned a street that would affect a constituent. And I'd like to, whatever that street is, if Councilor Caloria could let me know, I remove it from the petition that I filed. Folks, tax exempt properties now account for over 33% of all properties in the city of Worcester. That's $7 to $7.5 billion in assessed property tax we don't realize. Taxpayers subsidize that. Just the last 5 years, $152 million in assessed property taxes has been removed from the tax rolls by nonprofits. Last couple of weeks, UMass Memorial bought a property off of Shrewsbury Street meant for housing for $2.65 million. That's off the tax rolls. We had WPI backstab the city and the taxpayers of the city, removing over $2 million a year.
Literally dead.
That we have to now make up that shortfall. Which brings me to why my petition, the WPI parking meter kiosk pilot program, is our only chance to claw back some of that revenue. WPI students, faculty, and staff take up every parking spot of those streets you just heard, surrounding their school, leaving absolutely no parking spaces for Worcester families and residents. It's time to make WPI to pay for that. It's the ability to turn around and get that money back.
Oh my God!
by
So there's a news
implementing
story up
the
about the
parking
police
kiosk
unions
pilot
reacting
program,
to the DOJ
where students will have
investigation.
to pay for
Hell
parking
yeah.
on our public streets
The
that are
whoever
no longer
wrote the
available for Worcester
patrolmen's
residents and
union
taxpayers.
statement said
This
that
is
the
first step enforcing,
called the people
them
who
to
wrote
actually take
the
accountability
report
for their actions,
the anonymous
because they turned
authors.
around and
They called the
backstabbed
people at
city,
the
city
DOJ who
manager,
put
and
together
working
the
group
report
they
the
had.
anonymous authors.
They're literally their names are
Cut a
listed.
deal
Yeah,
to purchase
yeah,
those
yeah,
properties.
yeah. It's
Those
very, very
properties would
stupid.
not have been available had it not been for brownfield remediation, and that was tax dollars at work that they now can reap the benefits from. When that happened,
They
every
said that
councilor bemoaned the fact that WPI
investigation relies heavily on
blindsided the
anecdotal
city.
accounts from
Now I'm giving you
individuals
an
who are not
opportunity
named. That's a
to go
wild
back,
way to describe.
have this heard by Parking and Traffic
What
Committee,
is in
and actually do something for the taxpayers.
Check your
of the city
files.
and say, hey,
It's the
enough
people that
with
made the
nonprofits.
complaints to you that you
Enough
didn't
with
investigate.
taking away our land, because it's not going to stop. This is your chance to step up, defend the taxpayers, as you've just done with your property tax vote, and turn around and recover some of the money that we're owed. Thank you very much for your consideration.
You're not recovering it from the university, you ding dong. You're
Thank
recovering
you.
it from fucking normal people who park their cars everywhere.
Yes, I'd like to speak.
Council Corio?
Oh my God.
Thank you. I just want to say that I've been in this area for years and years and years, and I know the streets very well that Mr. Quist is talking about. And I personally haven't heard a lot of people complain about the people from WPI parking on the street, but I would be more than willing to take up the item in parking and traffic. But what my request was to send it back to Mr. Quist and list each street individually, because as we know, we have had streets, let's say we'll just take Tyson Road, for example. We had over 70 people for Tyson Road when we dealt with that item. We did Clover Street, we had close to 80 people. So I'm asking that the item get sent back, filed and sent back and rewritten, in each individual street be written as an item, so we can deal with the people in that specific street in that neighborhood individually. Thank you. So my motion is to file and then have it rewritten. Thank you.
How does that make any more sense than the already
I'm just,
unsensical,
talking to the court,
nonsensical
So you can
order?
break that up in committee too, if you'd like. If you send it to committee, you can.
We're already. These people
But
don't know.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor.
No, go ahead. Councilor.
No, I was just going to say, yes, you can break it up in committee, but what would happen is we would have an onslaught of people from all those different streets, and one street isn't the same as another street. So I like dealing with individual streets, and I think that we've done this before. We've had, Bryan Underwood submitted
Numbers
thing on the
over
schools,
three are
and he
very
had
confusing
51
for Donna.
He had 51 agenda items. So, I mean, this can be done as well. So I would encourage the petitioner to rewrite this on the individual schools, and so we can handle this properly. Thank you.
You know, the other day I found another
Thank
keyboard
you, Mr.
that's
Mayor.
considerably
So, for
quiet.
clarification, if the council's will is tonight to amend it.
I like
we
your
can
clicky
amend it
keyboard.
On the floor tonight and send it to committee.
Sounds like
as
work
individual
happening.
items.
Maybe
For
I'll
individual
set
streets,
both up
if that's the
and
will
just
of
kind
council.
of move back and forth depending on my mood.
I'd be willing to do that.
I mean,
That's fine.
I think the only reason we're hearing it so much is your mic
So the
is
point
right
is,
above it, right?
That's
the
also
chair,
true.
You can't have 10 street people coming
Mike's
in
right
the same
above it.
night, so.
So we got to get the keyboard
Okay,
on top of the
Councilor.
mic,
If I
and
may,
then we
th-
can
through the-
feel it
through
too.
the Chair, thank you. I don't know if there's anybody here that can answer the question, but who makes the determinations on which streets get meters in the city of Worcester, and why have those streets been not meters? Or is there anybody
What a
that can shed some
completely
light on that?
ridiculous.
Mr. Rowling?
Through the chair to the counselor, your mama.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the counselor, so that's determined by ordinance. Each section or section of a street that's metered is specified.
Oh,
in
so like it's
ordinances
literally
in the
your
city.
job, Mo. Thanks for showing up.
Okay, no, through the chair, I appreciate the answer, but I don't know if it's getting to where my question wanted to go. There are parts of the city that have meters, and there are parts of the city that don't. I guess my question is, I understand that it has to be enacted through an ordinance, but who looks at the area and says, gee, why don't we have meters there? Who does that?
Just say the city
Through
council.
the chair, that would be something that our department would advise the council on if there was a proposal to do that. So typically you see metered parking or paid parking in areas that have the highest parking turnover and the highest utilization of parking, so commercial
You gotta
areas
rock
like
a little Mario
downtown.
teaches typing.
Any change that would be proposed, we would advise the council on.
Get on your home row.
I want to conclude with a comment. I look at the petition. and
Stop
something
point.
I'll
Stop
support,
hunting
but
and pecking.
It's not necessarily
Learn your
because
ASDF,
it's one particular
JKL
institution.
semicolon.
I just think that there are opportunities
rock
throughout
it.
the city where there should be meters, and I'm certainly in favor of
My
creating
right
more
hand,
economic
perfect.
opportunities for
My
the
left
city,
hand, junk.
in college zones as well. And it doesn't have to be particularly one particular college.
No
or
hunting
university.
and seeking.
I used to be
looking forward to,
incredible at
some
typing,
discussion in traffic
and then
Thank you.
Max made these tiny little keyboards, and I can't do it anymore.
Okay, so as amended then, we'll send that.
Mr. Chairman?
No, Councilman Nguyen.
Somebody, I think it was Yenny.
Yes, I would
sent-
like to
sent-
speak. I
sent
actually
a,
live around this area, and
like
so
a
for me, it
Instagram
doesn't make
shop
sense because I
ad
think targeting
for,
WPI, and this isn't a thing that we're going to do
a keyboard
anywhere
with
else.
all
Let's
little
say
rubber
Park
duckies on
University
it.
or Holy Cross or
Like on
Worcester
skater, they
State.
go like, quack, quack,
That
quack.
just seems kind of
Pretty sick.
how do you call it, revengeful. But so that doesn't make sense to me on principle. But yes, as someone who lives around this area, I don't experience a lot of students taking up so much space that we're fighting for residential parking. And so that doesn't make sense to me. We have metered parking on Highland Street, which makes sense. There's a lot of, restaurants and businesses there. But once again, to just put up metered parking, which then leads to residential folks having to pay, doesn't make sense to me
All
as
right.
something that's just
Let's see the new
targeting
balance of
WPI.
clickety clackety to vocals here.
So I do plan on opposing
With
this
my
item.
new setup. Check this out. I got it on a stand.
So as
My mic on
amended,
the stand.
motion
Look
to
at
send it to committee. Roll call.
Let's hear some
Councilor Bergman?
typing.
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haji?
No.
Councilor King?
It doesn't break through anymore. It's still hear it,
Nice.
but it
Nice.
doesn't break through the
Councilor
audio
Carlson?
anymore.
Councilor
All
Nguyen?
right. Constantly improving. We're
Councilor
constantly
Ojeda?
making improvements.
Yes.
around the
It's
park.
Councilor
iterating,
Yes.
iterating,
Councilor
iterating.
Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
It's all about the process. It's all about the grind.
Okay, we'll come
It's
back
all
to
about
the
making
executive
gains.
Session, let's do
Yeah,
petitions.
there's always going to be an uphill
Just like I failed to
battle.
do the last meeting. If anybody's here for petition, please raise your hand.
It's about the
so I know
climb.
So 11A to 11H, we're going to refer to traffic and parking. Roll call.
Brendan Gio wants to know if you have a
Councilor
mic
Bergman?
arm.
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Mike Arm?
Councilor Haji?
Yes.
Yeah.
Councilor King? Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Cheap one from
Councilor
Amazon.
Solo?
Yes.
Works
Councilor
great though.
Russell? Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
I have a camera
Yes.
one
11
when I was using my phone as my camera for a few weeks.
Regulations relative to detached garage at 37 Fairhaven Road, across from 130 Lee Street, be received and revised to allow parking in front of said garage if necessary. Then we have 2 items filed by Annie DeRosa, who spoke on both of those. So, I
Davis
take these
Beacon
collectively
also
at once,
great.
send them to the city manager. Is that fine? Yeah, Councilor Bergman?
Mr. Chairman, on 11I, is that a, maybe I'm misreading, isn't that a zoning or a planning board item? Is that something that we can assist with or not?
I'm not sure the answer to that. We'll come back, the manager can come back with the recommendation on that. Okay, roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor G.I.?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Morrow Carlson?
Yeah,
Councilor Nguyen?
I mean,
Councilor Ojeda?
sure mics are
Yes.
just
Councilor
the
Basillo?
best.
Yes.
Councilor
The-
Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
The gold
And
standard,
Mayor
the 58.
Yes. Okay, motion now is to
I'll
recess to
I'll pick
executive
a sure
session.
mic
The
over
city
anything,
council
anytime,
wishes to
anywhere.
provide
The
convenient
mic arms
session
are
on
great.
December
The
10th.
problem is
24 meeting for the purpose of
with
conducting contract
a
negotiations.
mic
associated
like
with the
this
reappointment
weight,
of,
it's very
Eric
easy to
Batista
snap.
as the city manager, as well
An
as all
Amazon or a Best
terms,
Buy
recommended by the standing
mic
committee on
arm,
municipal
which I've done
operations.
multiple
The
times.
city council will
But that
reconvene
could also
in open
become
session.
fucking shredded, you know?
Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor G.I.?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Morrow Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
I've been mostly
Councilor
happy
Ojeda?
with this Audio
Yes.
Technica
Councilor
that I
Basillo?
have. That,
Councilor Russell?
it's nothing special.
Councilor
but
Toomey?
Yes.
They make
For
some
the
good
price.
stuff. Yeah.
So, Mr.
In
Mayor,
a
we're going to be in
relatively
Levi.
quiet
I think
space.
2 members. Do you have the virtual call-in link that we emailed to you? Thank you.
Executive session. So they're gonna go listen to Eric whine about everyone being mad at him for his contract. They're gonna give him whatever he wants because they need somebody to take the fall for all of the shit that Ed Augustus set up that is coming to bear now.
Yep.
And that's going to be that, despite the fact that it's not a great contract for us, I would say.
No.
I'm imagine that Eric is probably looking around. Let's put it this way. I understand the angle of his frustration from the fact that the previous city managers before him got whatever they wanted unquestioningly, and no one ever said boo about it, and now he's hearing certainly more than they probably did. But that's what happens, you know. That's when people figure out that they're not getting a lot of return for their, 6 figures we're shelling out.
Yeah, I mean, the past city manager should have been called to question on this stuff too. It's just nobody was doing it.
Right.
So that's not comment on Eric Batista at all. In fact, he's probably like a little bit better in some ways than city managers we've had in the past.
Totally.
But at the end of the day, he was hired the exact same way by the exact same loose real estate cartel that actually controls the city, and is going to try to do the same thing with the city council, call their bluff and see if they actually believe themselves to be in control. Right. That usually works. The city council usually goes, oh, no, we're not in control. We don't even operate as a body. I don't take votes on anything important that aren't prearranged by somebody else, like the mayor or the manager. So there's nothing you can do. I'm very curious to see whether that has to make $10,000 more than the second highest paid in base salary item in the contract makes it its way out of this executive session. Because it seems like that would be a slam dunk concession. Like, no, you can't do that. That's illegal.
And also, I think that's the one that if it wasn't in the proposal in the first place, that most people wouldn't have batted an eyelash at the contract overall, because they just expect us to overpay,
I looked it up, and in 2023, the salaries, like at the end of the year, Eric Batista and Rachel Monterez were within $10,000 of each other.
Mm.
And I actually like couldn't find a copy of Monterez's contract. I don't think it's been like publicly put up anywhere. So I don't know exactly how much money she's set to be making in 2025. But like, have they checked to see if the two contracts are like, are they going to be in compliance with that?
Right.
Or is the city council just going to like quietly shift like another $5,000-$6,000 Eric Batista's way because of how that is written? Because how it's written is that they have to immediately like backfill. Anytime they have to immediately amend the contract to give him more money if somebody comes within 10K. But like there already is somebody within the general 10K range. So that hasn't been discussed enough at all. And I think that last meeting, Nicole Apostola called in and made the amazing case that, like, very clearly that this will get the city sued. Like, it's pretty much directly in violation of the Massachusetts equal pay law.
Right.
So we'll just have to wait and see about that.
Well, this, again, another good reason that Trainer was, hitting the back of the head with a shovel and dragged out to a field somewhere. Because hopefully they'll play this right instead of like opening the city up to another huge settlement.
So I'm not entirely convinced. There's not a lot that I can say right now. I don't think they're going to talk about the DOJ investigation at all today. I'll just leave it at that for now. We'll see.
I wouldn't be surprised if they chose not to speak on it. It would be stupid to speak on it tonight.
Yeah.
None of them know what the fuck they're talking about for the most part.
Yeah.
And
It's-
there is they should get their shit figured out, I guess is what I mean. Obviously, hopefully, at the very least, some of them have read the report and know what's in it and can speak on that. But the bigger issue right now is that you have Batista making a statement that seemingly didn't consult, isn't part of the isn't part of the group. And you got the city's attorney hired counsel doing
fucking freelancing.
Yeah, freelancing. So they should probably get on the same page. And this is one of those situations where it'd be smarter for them to collude than not, despite the fact that I love it when they don't.
Yeah, I mean, counterpoint, Brian. While it would be stupid of them to comment on it, it would be great for us for them to comment.
Yeah.
Really fingers crossed that we get a good 4 hours of soliloquies.
To all 42 viewers that are tuning in right now, I
They've
think it's
all
worth
been-
sticking around for.
They've all been putting out statements. Anyway, I have a bunch of those links up. And do you see that? If I'm sharing my screen, I'm pretty sure. Brian, do you see that?
Let's switch it out.
So let's first start with where is it? Hold on. Get the telegrams, the main telegram story, where what was his name? Yes, here we go. Let's read some choice comments from the first telegram story versus the city manager's statement, because this is going to be great. So this guy here, Brian Kelly, former federal prosecutor, says the report is riddled with factual inadequacies and ignores information provided by the city, which debunks many of the anonymous claims. Very importantly, we have city spokesman Tom Matthews, and I believe his name is spelt wrong there, but whatever, confirmed Kelly is representing the city with respect to the investigation and deferred comment to Kelly. This was yesterday, 9:30 a.m. about 3 hours before the DOJ lawsuit came out, or the report. Now, 4:17 on Tuesday, we have the city manager saying the findings, not the alleged findings, the findings by the Department of Justice are both shocking and unacceptable. I want to address the very serious nature of this report and allow space and time for the community and municipality to reflect on it. It is unfathomable to me that any officer of the law could or would act in such an unlawful, egregious, and immoral manner. That is a total 180. Day from day one to day two.
Yeah.
And it's just,
I mean,
really...
you could say that by saying it is unfathomable to me, that means he doesn't believe it, but I'm choosing to give him the benefit of the doubt on this one.
Well, I mean, he didn't like.
I'm mostly just like there is a little bit of like wiggle room on that,
right?
In case the police union, comes to his house.
True. I love this little detail from his release. While the DOJ investigation focused on a time frame between 2018 and 2022, like this didn't happen under me,
right?
But that's also not true because they also there's stuff in there from 2023, like, right? So he just admitted that, like he's lying there, but whatever. Of all the lies going on right now, that's one of the smaller lies. Where is it? A hotline has been established. Okay. All right. And then this is really the interesting part here. Finally, in the coming weeks, I'll prepare a report for the city council to review the structure of a civilian review board to be deliberated upon in concept through due public process.
And eventually be voted down 3-8.
Eventually be voted down 3-8. Yeah.
Bill, do they have final say on that if the manager puts it forward as an executive, a portion of the executive body?
No, they wouldn't.
That's the one thing I'm curious about, and I really genuinely don't know, but only because, the charter has the city manager as the head of public safety. Like a lot of this stuff, he could just be doing himself, because he's the boss. He's the only person that is actually the boss of Saucier or for the fire department and the police department. And it seems like it's like a job that no city manager since our first has ever really wanted to take up. They just defer to the unions. And
it seemed like he's under some sort of extreme duress, some sort of pressure that maybe we're not even seeing to even suggest such a thing. Because the whole history of the Human Rights Commission is like a compromise between the community members who have been demanding a civilian review board and the city managers who have historically sort of balked at that idea, won't do it. So Human Rights Commission emerges as a sort of compromise. Human Rights Commission. No, what was that, Brendan?
I was gonna say, I could see if if someone wanted to make the argument that it involved a change of, contractual work conditions, or there was monies attached to it, that the council might have to vote on that. But it seems like the sort of thing that Eric could just set up tomorrow, the same way the council never voted on the advisory board that he has tea and crumpets with on a regular basis that isn't open to public records.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. The Economic Development Coordinating Council doesn't need to post agendas. It seems like, I think that he probably could. So he doesn't. It's interesting. He says he'll prepare a report for the city council, but it says there's passive language going on here, to be deliberated upon in concept through due public process. That doesn't necessarily mean that the council has to vote on it. Very vague terminology there. So that's interesting. I mean, that seems like the kind of thing that'll get processed to death. But the Human Rights Commission over the past year or so has been trying to get the subpoena powers that would make a civilian review board useful, and
Right.
Eric has been denying them at every turn, to the point where the Human Rights Commission is seeking their own outside counsel right now to help them with that situation. So, I mean, if Batista's serious or genuine about this stuff, which is, big question mark, he could just give the Human Rights Commission subpoena powers and rename it to the Civilian Review Board.
Yeah.
And like bingo bango,
Right.
there you go. But that's, I don't know. We'll see. Moving on, what's our next one? Candy Merrill Carlson's statement. This falls into the genre of Instagram. No.
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 Trying to make you like it.
How do you make this bigger? Instagram freaking stinks on desktop.
Command pause.
No, that just makes okay, there we go. All right.
You still liked it, Bill, just so you know.
Let's see. Candy Merrill Carlson says the findings of the Department of Justice's investigation into Worcester Police Department are deeply concerning if the specific incidents outlined in the report are accurate. They demand immediate accountability and transparency. I strongly urge the DOJ to publicly release the names of the officers
Yeah, hell yeah.
implicated
Yeah.
in these alleged acts.
Yeah, another
so that
lawsuit.
the community can fully understand the truth and those responsible can be held accountable. That is, I didn't read that the first time that I saw that.
Yeah,
That's
do
crazy.
it. Great, but do you not understand?
Like,
do they not fucking understand what the fuck? Obviously, the answer is no. She doesn't understand what she's saying. But yeah, by all means, please publicly release the names.
Yeah. These men and women should not be unfairly judged based on the actions of an alleged few. So is the idea here like, yeah, Department of Justice, if this stuff actually happened, then you have names for the officers who were involved, like calling their bluff, and it's like, oh, now we have riots. Now we have riots in the street.
You know who else has those names? The Worcester Police Department.
Yeah.
And you know what they can do with them? Investigate the claims.
Yeah.
Quick aside, does anybody know Erica Cawley? Because I'm just realizing that they are the one writing this mismatch of releases as council chief of staff.
Right.
And someone give them a hug. I mean, that must be a really confusing day when you've got to write. You got to put out all of these statements for all of these yahoos and try to keep track of your own personality and who you are. And
it's got to be the worst job of all time, being the one point person for the city councilors, none of whom could do a PowerPoint to like put all this stuff out. Now we have K2Me. Amazing. Let's see. What's the meat of this one? The Department of Justice has an obligation to give us facts and evidence to be brought forward so that we can address the egregious allegations outlined in the report and take action. The DOJ recognizes that Chief Saucer has done a good job. It recommends that he is the person to enact changes moving forward. That's not this same report that I read.
Yeah, no. Also, he was fucking deputy chief during all this, so it's not like he's absolved of responsibility for the things that went on.
Right. He was also the direct supervisor of the gang unit and vice squad.
Right.
At the time of all of this.
Right.
And one of my major gripes with this DOJ report is that it's obvious that all of this stuff pertains to the gang unit and the vice squad. They are not named at all by the names of their departments. Major difference between the way that the Springfield investigation was handled, where the Bureau of Narcotics was specifically named as like the bad apple of the report. This outlines a lot of stuff that falls under the purview of the vice squad, especially, and in the case of excessive force, the gang unit. And it's basically just a collection of the greatest hits of news stories and shit that have been written about the Worcester Police Department, but they don't say that it was the gang squad. They don't say that the gang unit. They don't say it was the vice squad. So Chief Saucier can't be like directly connected through the org chart through this, but like he might well be the supervisor mentioned in a lot of these instances in the report that signed off on stuff without doing due diligence or investigating things. We just don't know. Where's oh wow, look at K2Me pulls the one token like appreciation statement out of here. The DOJ has also stated Worcester's law enforcement professionals work hard to keep the public safe, blah 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 blah.
The reaction to this should be a like inflection point for like next year's election, as far as like people who are in the tank for trying to cover, versus people who are at least open to the idea of, like even like in this statement compared to Candy's statement is way better than Kate's, which is so fucked up to say because her statement sucks too. But like at least there is like the tacit acknowledgement that like it's bad. I don't know. That's very Kate to me is such a fucking idiot.
Kate Toomey's statement is basically just like, wow, huge if true, prove it.
Right.
So
right.
Now let's go over to the police unions. This one's great.
That's the thing that really does make me wonder too about Eric's report, because I mean it's not the first time we've had a city manager acknowledge or discuss a civilian review board, but you do not throw that out at the very start of campaign season. Like that is Worcester. Like we're all in this together gospel. He really did just throw a fucking hand grenade into this year's election cycle, because it's, regardless of what the discussion is or who's in charge of it, it forces councillors to stake out claim on territory they don't want to discuss during an election year.
Right. Yeah. That's going to be interesting to see how that plays out, because if the dominant question of the campaign does become, are you for a civilian review board or not? That's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out. I mean, that's a possible gift to progressives in the race, possibly, but it could well go the other way. So
100%,
kind of too early to tell. It depends in this early period of how the message gets tweaked and what sort of narrative about the DOJ report is going to win out. Is it that the DOJ report was inaccurate, or is it that the DOJ, the Worcester Police Department, was caught doing some outrageous shit that they need to be held accountable for?
Mm-hmm.
We see Kate Toomey heavily leaning into the it was an accurate thing. And Candy also doing that. Knowing Worcester and our collective IQ hovering at about 70 to like 80, that's going to play really easily to like a large part of the electorate. It's politically motivated, it's inaccurate. The counter to that is that like this is on record and no one's really denying police like raping prostitutes. Like I think you kind of have to like not shy away from talking about it in those terms. Like this stuff is really, really bad. It doesn't matter how sloppy and rushed and like any typos or
because like Man South Mom just said, they don't refute the facts that are stated. In the vast majority, they just say that that's fine to do.
Right.
Yes, you're right. Prostituted people. So let's look at what the police union has to say. profound misunderstandings of the dangers of modern policing, which is crazy.
The dangers? What?
Yeah.
If you don't sexually assault somebody, you could wind up in a body bag in this day and age. So
yeah, that's right. Ooh, has Jose Rivera made a statement yet?
Can Walter type that fast?
Oh my God, we gotta see. We gotta see.
Yes. And I think it's important. I think it's important to like.
Oh no, it's just Eric's statement. Fuck.
I think it's important to like draw the parallel between these two things. Like that's what they're doing here too. If they're taking the tack that the report's inaccurate and that the police like admitted conduct wasn't over the line, then they're doing the exact same thing that they did with Manfredo, and it's literally like shielding rapists.
That's the part, and I don't know any more than anybody else. I can only assume as to why the report came out when it did, in the fashion that it did. But Bill mentioned earlier, it stands in such stark contrast to the Springfield report. Even like the font and the layout of that Springfield report is just so wildly more professional and matter of fact. It's hard not to believe that it was rushed out, and as a result, there are going to be holes there. They're going to allow the villains to latch onto, which fucking sucks because
exactly.
It's the whole point of a report like this coming from the feds is that there are no holes to be peered through, and there's no way to second guess any comments or deliberations that were made. It's just supposed to be facts laid out for the public to see. And we don't really have that because there are things that stand out as just glaring inaccuracies in the report that shouldn't be up for conversation, and they shouldn't have been in there. It sucks.
Yeah, I mean it's understandable. Like obviously, and everybody knows why they put it out as quickly as they could, because if they waited 2 weeks, then it's gone.
Yeah, no, and if someone just said that in the comments, I don't want to say it because it sounds fucking conspiratorial, but I mean it's probably exactly true. Yeah,
I mean this guy that's fighting against it right now would be the one squashing it.
Yeah,
but they have until January 20th. It maybe would be better if they waited until January 10th.
Right.
Someone's asked, a couple people are asking, just, I mean, the big one that's in there is they do have a section about the unit that investigates sexual assaults in the city. I can't remember the acronym. It's like SAU or something. Their recommendations for them are that they have all of their members trained in trauma-based investigations or trauma-focused investigations. We did that quite some time ago in the city, and the folks that are in leadership positions in that department, they train other departments in it. Like, it sounds weird because it's not what we all think of the Worcester Police Department, but like those cats get brought into trafficking cases that the feds are running in other parts of the state because there's a lot of experience there in trauma-informed investigations. It's such a small thing though. That's the thing. It shouldn't be something that should be up for discussion, but as a result, it also shouldn't be in the report. And like knowing that they sat down extensively with the members of that department to talk about their practices and their training, like they know that, and like that should have been scrubbed from what they discussed because it's they didn't have any real accusations. A lot of the accusations that were in there were from victims that had not, they felt they weren't responsive enough to them and whatnot. But also most of the victims that were in there claim themselves that they were hard to get a hold of. And like, that's where it just gets like, I don't know that it added anything to the report, but it allows lawyers and the pro cop folks to say, this isn't true. So like, why should we believe the rest of it? And the DOJ isn't supposed to write a story that way. They're supposed to write a narrative that doesn't allow anyone to poke holes in.
There was a version of this
Well, Yenny, I mean, you can say that, but then what would you want from them, right? It's like, I could come up with a better solution for an institution that you would go to make a report. But like, as it stands, like the acronym for that training comes from the Department of Justice. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head, but it's a federal standard. So it's like, either we blow up the whole universe and start from scratch, which, whatever, we can do that too. Or, like, again, drawing the parallel to the Springfield report, it outlined like measurable and actionable changes that needed to happen with the department and clarified that the DOJ was going to work in concert with Springfield to enact all of those changes. And we don't have that. We have like really weird language calling the city outrageous and basically saying, good luck with this, guys. Like, we're all fired in 3 weeks.
Yeah. So a city that was willing to engage with this in good faith would be entering right now what's called a consent decree process, where it outlines a timeline to adopt the changes suggested by the Department of Justice. The changes suggested by the Department of Justice, none of those would be very hard to just say they did. They're also not a single one of them would make a difference at all in the behavior of the police. That is the actual attention grabbing stuff in this report is not something you can reform through policy changes.
Right.
I mean, that's just rotten people in a fucking rotten institution.
100%.
So there, I agree with you, Brendan, that there is a ton of distracting fluff in this, where there was another version of this report that was tightly focused around the way that the Vice Squad interacts with whatever term I am allowed to use. The way that Vice Squad interacts with sex workers on the street. That report, just that, like alone, would have been a lot harder to poke holes in.
Right.
Yeah. So that's definitely.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm getting at. Again, I'm not picking on you, Yenny, but I think that's where there's a line that is blurred in the report that needs to be made clear. Is that's not the unit that you would go to if you were claiming malfeasance on behalf of the police department. That's what the Bureau of Professional Standards or whatever nonsense we have because we don't want to have an internal affairs division because it sounds mean to cops. You would go to them, and you're right. In that case, we should have an independent body. That would be an independent review board, but we don't have that yet. And we don't have the Department of Justice saying that we should have that. And we're going to ensure that the city has it, even though they have the tools through the Civil Rights Division to do that. Instead, because I like Bill's language better, we have some fluff that we shouldn't be paying attention to because it's not really germane to the fact that we have some fucking monsters working in the city. And once every 3 to 5 years, we find one doing something so disgusting that even the police department has to cut them loose in one way or another. But in the meantime, the city has to just deal with them. And that's, I genuinely don't feel like the Department of Justice helped us in that part.
No, actually, there's a way to think about it where like more cover was provided for them, like on a rhetorical level, because nothing in this report like instructs the police department to investigate criminally the criminality of their police officers. That is not a recommendation.
Right. And when the recommendation is, at least in one instance, something that they can say they've already done, then that doesn't help anybody at all because, there's nothing there that's like you said, like in the case of Springfield, there were much sharper like demands made of the police department, and there aren't many made here. I mean, like in the chat we have, like, we're seeing from a number of different discussions tonight, people have examples of awful, horrible, unbelievable things that have happened to them, and either the police are perpetrating them, or are at the very least, one, not doing their jobs when it comes to helping with them, and two, like seemingly like, that in that situation, the situation that Camber's talking about, like in her situation, like just the simple fact of not doing anything, or not believing her when they talk about it, like makes it worse. And we can point to like, oh well, we have now the information's out there, and things can change, and all that, but like we don't really have the ability to hold the police accountable in this city. And unfortunately, in this situation, we needed a little more from the Department of Justice on that front. I think there's some stuff we can do. We can hold the city council accountable in how they react to it. And I think that's really our only course of action here, is to make sure that this doesn't go away for them. But yeah, like there needed to be something sharper when it comes to this. But again, like like in 3 weeks, it wouldn't have mattered at all. We would never have seen this. So it's like taking 20% as opposed to taking 0. I guess I'll take 20%. It's disappointing. It's frustrating, but at least it's something that we can go on as far as over the next year, making sure that everybody knows what the fuck, like any one of these city councilors, any one of these candidates thinks about this report,
right,
and what they're willing to do. But it would be nice if there was some actual effects, some measurable consequences for the police department.
And that's
crazy.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Brent. No,
I think that's the cynical part too of what Candy and Kate are getting at in their statements as well, is that they're probably assuming, just like we are, that this came out as quickly as it did and in the form that it did because these cats are all going to be unemployed in 3 weeks. So coming out 3 weeks before then and saying, yeah, well, you got to show us proof. It's really easy to say when there's literally nobody left in the department to show you proof, except for the lawyer that you hired, who's now the U.S. attorney for Massachusetts. It's some dark and cynical shit that their supporters are going to be able to say, like, hey, look, Candy wants to get to the bottom of this, knowing full well that there's no bottom to get to.
Right, exactly. And I think that's why, like, there's a little bit of a bone thrown with Eric's statement, in that, like, opening up the idea of a civilian review board, it gives a little bit more for us to hold on to say, like, okay, if you are serious about wanting to get to the bottom of this, if you're serious about wanting to improve on this, then your city manager, your chosen city manager, is saying that he's open to this thing that many people in the city have been asking for years. And if you're not willing to support it, then you're going to have to explain why that isn't, like, a cynical, like, abdication of your responsibilities towards people in the city.
Right.
So
also a good counter to this rhetorical line coming out about how the DOJ should release the names. The police department has the names.
Yes. Yeah.
And it was a courtesy to the police department that the DOJ did not release them. So any of these counselors saying that the DOJ should release the names so that we can, get to the bottom of it and toss out that sort of like false situation where there's no bone at the bottom of the bone pile or whatever.
Right.
You need to turn that back. Like, the police department should release the names. They have the names. They know these cases that they're talking about. And why wouldn't you want to control the narrative by releasing that information yourself instead of calling this weird bluff with the Department of Justice?
Right.
Oh my God. Of course, Guillermo originally opposed the Civilian Review Board. That's awesome. I don't remember.
Sorry, what'd you say?
I said there was a comment. Where was it? Troubler said Guillermo originally opposed the Civilian Review Board.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen, like, it's been used as a political grenade, obviously, like, and people bend themselves into fucking knots trying not to get painted as like, a friggin' communist for asking for some accountability. But the fact of the matter is you have to demand it. There's just no way around it. They're not going to hold themselves to any standard. And even like the DOJ, like, we could have a full like slate, like all three branches of the government could be in Democratic hands, and the DOJ is still not going to be on our side as people. They're still fucking cops, so they're always going to be more on cop side than ours. And maybe they're a little more willing to to go against like bad cops, quote unquote, than local police and state police are. But at the end of the day, they're not looking to shake the fucking system too bad. Even the outgoing guys, there's just too many people that are married to this system at the way it's constituted. And so we have to demand some control in our hands. So I don't see a reason for anybody that's running for office in Worcester that believes in accountability, that believes in doing something about this kind of this disgusting pattern of behavior. It's systemic, so to call it a pattern is kind of crazy. But if anybody believes in doing something differently, if anybody believes in holding police accountable and isn't willing to call for some power to be in civilians' hands, then you're not serious. You don't really want anything to change, because it won't. Even with the civilian review board, there's not like we're going to be able to like overhaul this police department. It's just some measure. It's just hopefully making any individual officer question their behavior, their tactics slightly more than they would right now, which right now there's nothing holding them accountable.
And another, to go along with that, bang the drum as much as you can. Kate Toomey sits in the only meaningful position in City Hall for oversight of the police department.
Right.
She is the least likely person to provide oversight of the police department. That is not a fucking accident.
Right. And
Joe Petty's doing.
Exactly. And why?
Why?
Like, why? He's never been made to answer the question of why he did that, why he continues to do that. And like, I mean, we've said it before, even when you like, it's, to me, it's disqualifying.
Yeah.
Just to simply do that in the past, it's disqualifying. And now, like, going forward, like, yeah, he should be made to answer for that over and over again. That should be a major part of this next campaign of what the fuck. His hands were not tied. He had no reason to do that beyond that's what he wanted. He wanted the person in there that will not ever even approach accountability.
Yeah. Kimber, can you FOIA texts and emails for DOJ? Yes, you can. I put in a bunch of FOIA requests today for emails between Bryan Kelly and the city, the lawyer they contracted, to see how that was negotiated. That situation, that statement. When is the last time Kate Toomey's committee even met?
A couple months ago,
yeah,
I think, to celebrate the police.
Yeah, I think it's mostly been for fire stuff recently too. Someone asked about post updates. I was just scrolling through it now. It doesn't look like there's been many additions to Worcester in 2023 or 2024 for sustained violations.
Oh, they had one on December 4th. I wanted the agenda. Oh my God. Let's see. Turnout gear, fire hydrants. Fred Nathan, awesome. Remember, first comment. How do you lose a fire hydrant? Worcester Rodent Action Plan. Hilarious that got sent to public safety.
Well, because Kate Toomey's a rat.
Interesting. Kate Toomey, Chairman Order, wants the city to work with WPI's Brain Trust to collaborate with the Rodent Action Plan after spending 2 months tearing the institution down with every fucking opportunity that she got. That's great. Summer Impact Program. I didn't read that report in the summer, so nothing good there. That actually might be a useful thing to sketch out, is like, what would a real public safety subcommittee do, right?
Right.
And what a real public safety subcommittee would do right now is call for an emergency meeting to have a public discussion with the police brass about the DOJ report. How do you feel about it? You know, what's going on here? Kate Toomey is obviously not going to do that because she takes her orders directly from the police unions.
Right.
Yeah. I have never done a FOIA for texts before, but maybe this is worth it to try to FOIA for Kate Toomey's texts, specifically about the DOJ report.
Here's the stuff too that I think just kind of highlights. I'm still going through that post list, and I was just curious about one of the more recent ones that popped up because I'm 99% sure it's one of the allegations that's mentioned in the DOJ report. There was a story in there about a Ghanaian gentleman who was, if I'm not mistaken, was an Uber driver and was literally wrong place, wrong time, in the middle of a arrest or a scene, and he started recording. And a bunch of racist shit was said to him when he wouldn't unlock his phone before he was dragged out of his car and arrested himself. But so I'm just putting this together based on those allegations and what's in the post report and the timing of this post filing here. Like, that officer who still works for the Worcester Police Department, not only does he have allegations that are at least listed similarly in posts going back to 2001, if it's the right name, I mean, the guy was arrested in 2006 by Gary Jem in his office as chief of police, for violating a court order. It's like, and that's the stuff again too, not to just bemoan the point. That's like, there are so many glaring examples of I feel like if all of us in the chat got together just with our rudimentary knowledge and stories that we hear from semi-reliable sources could paint a better picture of actual facts about this DOJ report than anything we're going to get from the fucking council. And that's kind of what the city needs is there's got to be every year a top 10 list of who does not fucking belong on that department.
Right.
And focus on that. Because that's ultimately how you make major change in that department, is focusing on the people that just cannot be fucking helped. There's no training. There's no reform. You've got a 20-year history of being a criminal while wearing a badge. Let's just get it over with and get the DA's office to properly file charges and do the right thing for once.
Yeah. It's amazing how that doesn't happen. And I mean, you do kind of have to, at the end of the day, reckon with the fact that police departments are natural breeding grounds for a criminal element that we might not be privy to, where the people that are most likely to be doing fucked up things probably have also amassed the most soft or informal power within the structure of the local criminal justice community, making going after them prohibitively difficult. The case of the police dog guy, what's his name? Shaun Tivnan,
Right.
who factors heavily in this report. He is a member of the gang unit. He's been involved for a long time in the Worcester Police Department. The police dog incidences have rolled in, always gets a slap on the wrist, and the dive bar example only got reprimanded for it because there was a public news report and video camera footage that disputed how he lied about it initially.
Right.
Does Paul Saucier have leverage over a guy like Shaun Tifton?
Mm-hmm.
Is a legitimate question that no one is going to answer truthfully on on the record,
right?
But is an open one as far as I'm concerned. Like,
absolutely,
how much control does the police administration itself, not just the city manager, not the public safety subcommittee, the police administration, have over its gang unit? Is like a good question. It's an open question, I think.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, even in the way the body camera policy is written, like plainclothes personnel, that's code for gang unit and vice squad, don't have to turn their body cameras on when they don't want to and shit like that. I mean, it's but you know, a public safety subcommittee chairman so inclined could ask these questions. And this is funny. I'm looking at this here, and Kay Toomey was in control of the committee 2018, 2019, sort of the years furthest away from Black Lives Matter. One, closest to Black Lives Matter. Two, 2018, one meeting of the public safety subcommittee meeting. 2019, two meetings. 2020, she managed to have four.
Yeah.
2021 is when people started making a stink about things. And she, because of that, held like a reasonable amount of committee meetings for a year.
Wasn't that also the drone year?
That was the drone year, and that was the ShotSpotter Connect year.
Right.
So that was 2021 was probably the closest time in recent memory that there was actual, like, organic community opposition to what the police department was doing, and there was a chance that we were going to be able to apply community pressure in some way, shape, or form. 2022
asked a question, Bill, that I just don't want to get lost in the comments, but like, we have had officers fired and charged as well, like successfully convicted, I believe, as well. But the one that comes to mind was a dude that was had to be mid-teens, early teens, that it was a guy who digitally raped a young woman and masturbated and ejaculated on her in the middle of what was basically a traffic stop.
Yes.
And that, so, and not saying there's a right or a wrong way to do things. I'm trying to be measured with my words here. That victim went to like full court press on the Worcester Police Department. And it was a glaring example of how a victim in a position to advocate for themselves took the department to task, boxed them into a corner, and made them do the only thing they could do, which was basically publicly destroy this person.
Right.
And it's I know not everybody is in the position to do that. I'm not suggesting that we should live, we're ever going to live in a world where people are ever in a position to do that. But the city has shown itself vulnerable when taken to task. And I think that is the important part of what is in that report that, again, I fear is going to get overlooked, is a lot of the victims in this report are victims multiple times over, and they're not in a position to advocate for themselves because their housing status might be up in the air. Their criminal statuses are up in the air. And I think back to Bill's point in terms of like breeding cultures that are just disgusting to begin with, like that's ultimately our problem. Is like, we have institutions that they're obviously super fucking attractive to predators. Like, where else would you want to be other than there or in your church of choosing? I don't know. Like, but it's it's the part that I don't know, whatever. Call me the in-house liberal, call me the old guy, I don't care. But it's the part of me that actually does think that there is there is something within institutions to be saved, because you can see them do the right thing when they are forced to do the right thing. It's unfortunately the society as a whole, like we're oftentimes the ones who are not willing to go to court, go to run a full court press for a victim when they're a victim, if they don't fit our like perfect idea of what a victim is supposed to be and or look like in society. And that's the part that fucking sucks.
Yeah,
to me.
It's like there's that it's made prohibitively difficult to the point where like that one instance is in the report as like an example. I didn't actually know about that story until I read the report yesterday.
That's why I'm trying to remember the time frame, but it was definitely before your time at WOMAG.
2013, I want to say,
okay,
is the date used in the report, right? Which is like 3 or 4 years before I started at WOMAG. But should I just lost my train of thought? You can't expect everyone to do that. And
no, you can't.
There's so many instances that go completely unreported, and like everyone involved knows like the deal with that.
Yep.
And as soon as you're you get one of the labels that makes you second tier citizen, like as soon as you become unhoused or a drug user or an addict or whatever, you're kind of like forfeit any recourse.
Of course. And I don't understand why we can't say that more out loud. Like that shouldn't be, regardless of where you fall on an ideological spectrum, that should not be a hard fucking thing to understand. That's fucking sociology 101, right? Like that, we know that.
Right, and it's outlined in the report that like all of the God damn it, they're prostitutes, okay? The prostitutes that are unhoused usually and addicted to drugs usually, that are victimized by the police department, are still fucking people.
Yep.
And it is insane that we live in a system where the routine exploitation and coercion and sexual assault and rape of these women is permissible. It happens invisibly, and like this is like what makes this report so remarkable is that it is on paper, like by a government authority saying that this is happening. You know, it's not Nikki Bell sharing her perspective, which has happened in the press in recent memory. I mean, like this is like the government institution of like authority in law enforcement, like actually legitimizing that this happens. And that is the important part. That's what we can't lose focus on. That's like the number one takeaway from this. And that's what makes it different. And that's what's made it so shocking in the community. And like, I think that all of the floundering sort of responses from the city manager, going back and forth wildly between the two statements and everything about that is like, that's really the part that's spinning everyone who has to respond to this. You know, that's the part that really challenges the social order, I'll say.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the fact that they use fucking police dogs to find people in abandoned buildings, like that is crazy. Like there's one detail in that report where a police dog bites a woman in an abandoned building hiding under a blanket, like hiding from the cops under a blanket in an abandoned building, and they used a police dog for that operation to find someone that's squatting, right? Like, I mean, I don't know, I'm probably preaching to the choir here, but like the main function of modern police departments in cities like Worcester right now is to like send a small criminal class that's created by addiction,
right,
and housing insecurity repeatedly through the criminal justice system, ensuring that they maintain a big enough underclass to keep them in business. Like that is what police departments do every day.
Mm-hmm.
They do other things, but the core function is like sort of the maintenance of an underclass that keeps them keeps their numbers making sense.
Yeah.
So like those are some of the strings that begin to be pulled with this report. So to get dragged down into like sort of the terrain of people who don't really want to engage with this stuff, the terrain of being like, well, you know, what were these victims' names and what was their social status and what are the names of the officers? To get dragged down into the mud of that is sort of like a losing campaign. That's not the right theater for this, for perceiving this report. It's like, no, like this is like documented by the federal government that Worcester police officers rape, coerce, and abuse some of our most vulnerable residents.
Yeah.
Like the end of the story. Like, what are we doing about that? If it doesn't have anything to do with that and correcting that problem, I don't want to hear about it.
Yeah.
Nothing else in that report matters.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not the use of force stuff, like the other stuff in the report matters, but like we got to rock with like what's really compelling about it.
No, totally. And I think that's also what you just started saying too. I mean, I heard about whatever. I don't want to out the source that I got, but I mean, that has come up recently in terms of some of the use of force stuff where like the police department has, again, there's lots of training going on and whatnot, but then like when you try and wrap up the training side of things and the realities of the way you can train people properly for escalation incidents, and marry that with like the reality of like getting into a fight with somebody. It's like, that's hard to fucking balance out in real world. Like you want your training to be solid, but like nitpicking the after effect of like, did somebody punch somebody when they were actually on the ground, like scuffling with somebody? Like that's something that's like, no matter who you are, there's going to be a gray area. We just saw that with that, the subway case the other day, right? It's like,
right.
But to your point, like victimizing like vulnerable members of society, that's not up for fucking debate. That is such an easy thing to tackle. And for everyone to agree that this cannot actually fucking happen.
Right. Yeah. That's why I just think it behooves us to stay very narrowly focused on that one thing. Where are we? So the city council has not met back up yet, right?
Right. They're still in session.
Oh my God. That is so crazy. Why did they choose to do that in the middle of the meeting? It's like disrespectful to the 12 people that pay attention, just to us, to our little community. They're like, let's fuck with these guys. Yeah.
I mean, we're still 33 strong on Twitch. So
that's great. Yeah. Thanks everybody.
Big ups to everybody for hanging out.
Yeah.
This camera, I want to talk about this for just like a half a second. Is it's become more and more clear to me. I mean, it's not a shocking thing to say. It's pretty evident, especially in this day and age. But it is clear to me more and more that like people's mental comfort, it trounces all politics, all stated values, all that stuff. And anytime anything confronts an issue, people will, no matter who is bringing it to them, a stranger, a trusted source, a confidant, whatever, if you like challenge someone's comfort, they're just going to turn on you. And it's I think it's worse. I think we're seeing it more these days because of how much damage shit people put, like how much of people's ids they put out on the internet. Um, especially I would say older generations. We're seeing more and more of it. Um, but it is crazy how like even just like in regular conversation with people like around you, people you've known your whole life, how like a even things that are like pretty innocuous, if it steps on somebody's like comfort about their worldview or threatens their peace of mind, then they're going to turn on it. And that's something that I'm not looking forward to, which is definitely going to come from this report in the coming weeks, is how many people are going to lash out about it. And beyond just the idea that nothing good will come of it, how ugly it's going to be for people that are victims of this, are victims of similar situations, are the actual people that reported issues that are in the report, or people that would love to have reported issues but are rightfully skeptical of doing so. I don't think it's going to make that part better for a while. So it's something to like we need to be cognizant of. That it's going to be pretty ugly for people as this gets argued in the coming days.
And the women who came forward are, it's like they're not better protected right now. In fact, there's a case to be made that it's a much worse position to be
Totally.
to be the center of a situation where everyone involved, including the police officers, know. But like, should something happen to you, it's a totally anonymous, unconnectable name in the public record. That's not an ideal situation for somebody to be in.
No.
The cover of being known in situations like this is honestly like more, I don't know. There's something to being like a known entity that makes it harder for people to fuck with you.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. So this is gonna get fucking ugly. But I don't think that we're really in a position to shy away from that. Like, and it's on the table now. And it's going to be so weird to see how it plays out.
Yeah, and I don't think. I mean, I hope we're not surprised, because I think we can all tell, at least in this frame of what like we talk about city council here. I think we can all pretty much guess how this is going to like break down, and I don't know that there's going to be any surprises. I honestly weirdly hope there aren't any surprises, because I think the only way we get surprised is by seeing people act way more shitty than we thought they could, or people that we thought would stand up not stand up. And
yeah, the people that we thought would stand up not standing up part is definitely going to happen.
Yeah.
And
I just wish it wouldn't.
I know it's going to be a tough. I mean, there's something deeply ingrained and embedded in our particular central Massachusetts, like Irish, Italian, Catholic general mindsets of like the prevailing power structure, like fealty to law enforcement, and the belief that that institution is untouchable. and beyond reproach is like deeply embedded in every person I've ever been around my entire life. Like that is rubbing up against something very, very deep in the psyche of like your average towny white in this city. So we've got to brace ourselves for that.
And we already know, like, we all know that, you know, city council candidates in recent years that have even shown like a modicum of like, you know, pushing back on the police or quote unquote disrespect for law enforcement, like literally get threatened, you know. So it's that it's another factor in that too, of like, you know, that that's coming as well. And what do you do in that scenario where like you know that people are going to, one, face that, and two, have no recompense for it? There's nothing to be like, what do we do about that? There is nothing really to do about it. Like, this again, this the whole issue is that there's no accountability. There's no one to help. So, you know, I think Yenny's right, in that this is going to be, even people that even folks that hadn't come forward about this or weren't directly involved in it are going to find out some really shitty stuff about people that they think are supposed to look out for them or care about them. So,
and just to bring that full circle, like we just saw happen for the second time with John Manfredo, even when they are faced with that gross shit, it's not going to change their minds, which makes it even worse. But at least it lets you know who the fucking villains are.
Yeah, that's true. Hopefully, that's the task at hand, I guess, is waking more people up to who the villains are. But the last time that we tried to do that, it was pretty disillusioning. So I am not necessarily optimistic that this time will be any different. And I don't know how to have that conversation without it being a massive fucking downer. But I think that it's worth exploring the strategies for such out loud and in public. How do you wake people up to giving a shit about the monsters that sustain this order that allows for monsters? I don't know, but I don't think you need to burn your Nico shirt.
No, also that was a gift, so please show a little respect.
I don't think that's the way. I honestly don't think arguing online is the way either.
No, hell no.
And that's kind of like all we have for like political discourse right now in 2024. And that seems like it might be like something that needs to be fixed first.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Especially
right. But again, like what do you do? Like, I know I've been joking about it a lot recently, but this, like, the way I've been treating on like discussion and discourse online recently, the reason for it is because over the last year, I've just come to the idea that like no one's looking to be enlightened, no one's looking to be converted, no one is even open to the idea of it. There's no reason to fight. There's no reason to have fights with people online. Like,
only do it if it's fun, if you like it's a hobby.
Only tell them to eat your shorts.
Yeah,
that is like. But there's not some thoughtful discussion that you can have with fucking Bruce Hoffner that's gonna like change his mind about things. It's just there isn't that in there.
The inverse of that, though, Bryan, is without Facebook, there is no Bruce Hoffner. It's literally just a guy on the street, like telling fucking his neighbors like fucking crazy tinfoil hat conspiracy theories about the house 3 doors down that he won't fucking even go that far out of his comfort zone. Like
That's such a good point.
We've just enabled this ridiculous I used to be the biggest advocate of what we kind of have now. It's like we just got through peak of it at city council, right? Like give everybody the microphone and let them talk for as long as you want. And unfortunately, when you actually see that happen, well, then we spend most of our fucking Tuesday nights sitting here laughing at the people who we just gave the microphone to, which like on the one hand, shame on us. But on the other hand, it's also highlights the idea that like, just because you give somebody a microphone doesn't mean they have anything to say. But that doesn't mean that there aren't a lot of reasonable fucking people out there who just haven't been taken out of their comfort zone 1 or 2 steps to realize. I've been thinking about this while this whole conversation has been going on, that like, I know like just because you have it up now, let's all just safely work with the assumption that there's some pressure on Eric that has him putting out this statement, which I think we all view as being somewhat powerful in a good direction. We also could be completely misreading it. And for all we know, Eric got a phone call this afternoon from somebody who's close to him who told them their personal story about an interaction with somebody in the Worcester Police Department. And that's why the statement came out, right? Like this whole event could have been the thing that pushed Eric out of it. I have no idea. Just that was the random thought that came in my head.
You have to allow for that. You have to allow for that possibility.
But that actually is how the real world works too. Like, I mean, you don't actually get to change somebody's mind until you expose them to something that pulls them out of their comfort zone a little bit. And Facebook, Twitter doesn't fucking allow for that.
No, and I think like that, you know, that's part of the reason, part of the thing that it is like what we should be doing, what we should be more focusing on when it comes to stuff like this. Like I understand wanting to have the discussions, like obviously we're doing that, but like the idea that like the way that you seek to change things materially is that you organize with people that are around you, that you have these discussions like we're doing here with people that tend to agree with you, and you build each other up that way. And then in your personal life, have discussions with those around you. And the more that we can build each other up and build up that strength of that coalition, and then each one of us goes out in our own real life circles and tries to affect change that way, and just move things a little bit. I think is more healthy, is more effective. And then we let Robin deal with the hard work.
Yeah, that's right.
We pay her the big bucks for.
Yeah, sorry, Senator.
That's why you get the big bucks there on Capitol Hill. No, but I think that's a very good point. Is that like you don't argue your way out of this problem. At the end of the day, it's very simple. Like we just need to build a coalition that is larger in numbers of active people than the fucking coalition of the Economic Development Coordinating Council and their weird little partners in like the towny right wing can build. You just simply have to build a bigger coalition, and you do that by bringing people in. Bringing people in is way harder than like getting like a gotcha or positioning yourself as morally superior to somebody you find objectionable. How do you bring? I know, Robin. I was kidding about Capitol Hill. Beacon Hill, even worse.
That's a gotcha.
Yeah, we're gonna storm the Beacon. So, no, but how do you bring people in and get them motivated? And that is way harder and requires way more work than believing or tricking yourself into believing that like the online discourse is what politics is, because it really just isn't. We're having fun here, but this is not like we're not.
No, I don't think we're gonna get I don't think we're gonna get, like the Worcester Republican City Committee to tune in and ever hear a word we're saying for what it is. That's never going to happen. And it's the same thing on going on Worcester Political Dialogue and thinking that you're going to have a productive conversation with Colleen West or Bruce Hoffner or any of the other morons. Like their brains are addled, like from my perspective. I'm sure mine is from theirs. But like they're not interested in an ideology. They don't have an ideology. They just have a team, and their only goal is to see people like us hurt.
Yeah.
And so there's no like there isn't really much to there isn't much to be done there. There isn't much work to be done there. And all you're gonna do is bang your head against the wall.
Right.
If you try and have a real like thoughtful, smart conversation. The only thing you can hope to do is do gotchas and stuff like that. And they're not going to hear those anyways.
Yeah.
So troll them, make fun of them, tease them, do all that. That's fucking fun. I'm telling you, when I stopped trying to score points against them and just started taking up their time, I feel so much better and I'm having a blast doing it.
Yeah,
do
you
that.
You just have fun online, but just
Right.
don't mistake it for anything more than what it is.
Follow,
and then,
yeah.
And that you'll find drives people like Colleen West and fucking Wayne Griffin absolutely crazy to the point where they're legitimately having psychotic breaks, like thinking that I'm behind everything that happens in this city.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Take up
great.
their fucking brain power so that they can't do that to their family. You know?
Yes, right. Yeah. You're saving some niece. Like you're saving some niece from bearing the brunt of just the directionless anger that these people have.
You made Thanksgiving tolerable with
this
effort.
year.
Yeah. They start squawking about Bill Shaner and Brian O'Donnell, and everyone is just like, this is great. I have no idea what they're talking about.
Right.
And they seem mad, but I'm not invested at all. This is awesome.
And some nephew that hates that shit hears our names and maybe joins in on the show.
Yeah,
Stops reading Jordan Peterson books and you know starts reading my Blue Sky Skeets.
Yeah.
And then they get really radicalized.
Right. If we can catch a few wayward, young, directionless white dudes from falling off the fucking cliff into the internet.
But here, Gio, that is like this another point about it is like the West Wing like never was set out to do like that got put upon it, and obviously Aaron Sorkin like put like worked himself into a shoot on it, but like it's a good TV show. That's all its responsibility is. Like the responsibility of the West Wing isn't to have good politics. Like it's a TV show, and it's a well-written TV show. It's not supposed to be a treatise. It's not supposed to be a guide. Like you're just supposed to think like, they talk funny when they walk down the hall.
Yeah.
And like that's
wow,
it.
This is like Gilmore Girls for smart people.
Right. And it drives me crazy because like there's so much like built up in that too of like, oh, like we have to sell it, like we have to vote for, you know, fucking Martin Sheen to be like, if only we had a guy like they're like we're victims of it too, obviously. Yeah. And I know you're also saying that, but like it's such a bad way to think about things. Like whatever. And even like with like dumb, cringe, lame liberals, like they like the fucking West Wing, then fine, whatever.
Yeah,
like just
not
like,
my business.
Let them have it. You know, I personally think that the newsroom was better, but I'm also made of taste. So
made of exquisite mid-brow taste. No, yeah, I mean, we gotta really rethink the way that we're engaging. But we have an opportunity here to test a new sort of praxis for online engaging with these towny freaks, because they're going to be whipped up into the tizzy of all tizzies from this
totally
DOJ report. So interacting with them online in a way that lets them know that you don't give a shit about them and aren't taking what they have to say seriously. This could be a real psyche breaking moment for them. Because they just don't know.
Crazy. They want the fight, dude. That's what they want. They don't care. They don't. If Trump turned around tomorrow and said that we need to do socialism, they'd all fucking go for it.
Yeah.
Because they think that everyone thinks the same as them, where it's like it's a team sport, and I'm gonna like just try and piss off other people, like it's why nothing will change. Like it's why he won this time. Not, I don't think it's necessarily why he won the first election, but it's definitely why he won this time, where there was like, we're getting revenge on people. Like that's such a strong selling point for so many people, that like you just can't like think that you're going to break through on an intellectual level with anybody. Right. Don't bother. Like build up your base, build up your people around you, and give them a reason to come along for the ride. Right. Support them, protect who you can protect, and troll everybody else. You know, that's piss off everyone else until they can't function.
It could be cool to create a news source that is geared towards them, but is run by. Yeah,
Russia beat you to that, man.
I constantly think about that kind of stuff, like the media theory of how to penetrate a different bubble. Mm-hmm. Would require like a massive act of deception to, like, even just thinking about the local media ecosystems, echo chambers, bubbles, or whatever, to penetrate, like, say, like the Turtle Boy, Karen Reed crowd, and say something that resonates and pulls them away from the madness that they're all descending into. That seems impossible. Like, same thing with like your Colleen West, Margaret Melican, like towny reactionary crowd. Seems impossible to penetrate that ecosystem. But hostile takeover of the Republican City Committee, I'm just saying, they might find out that we're fun to hang out with, right? And maybe that's all they wanted all along.
Right.
So it'd be fun. Everyone would be embroiled in a little controversy. Everyone would be made to feel important about, you know, there's Republican City Committee's under attack by these crazy Antifa liberals. And I'd be like, whoa, buddy, don't call me a liberal. And they'd be like, whoa, what? That hurts my brain to think about. And we would take it from there.
Here's my 69 unicorns to prove it.
Yeah. No, I don't know. It's a stupid idea. I just think it's so funny, the idea of like a stunt takeover.
It's hilarious.
Yeah,
would be
it's totally possible because they all just wrote each other in. We could literally just like register as Republicans and write ourselves in.
Right.
We need, if we had like 5 people each write us in as well, we would like have a mandate. We'd have a mandate for the Worcester Republican City Committee. Yeah.
Main South Mall, I like that. You're making a good point. It is like, to the extent that you'd post anywhere or put things out in public. Yes, it is to let other people know that you're a safe person, essentially. I agree with that. I mean, more just like the arguing, like going back and forth with people. Doesn't matter. But I do love doing that. Like in real life, I love when someone like slips or tries to like sneak something in to test you or to, you know, or whatever, and you just like are very direct and like comfortable in your, like, you know, whatever leftiness. I was at lunch with my brothers last week, and the waiter was one of the craziest like restaurant experiences I've ever had. This waiter, I was wearing this sweatshirt, my Halloween 3 sweatshirt, and he was like, "Oh, Halloween 3, that movie rules." I was like, "Yeah, I love it. It's great." And then he stopped serving us and just kept coming back to talk about horror movies, like to the point where like we legit like weren't getting our like food and drinks from him. And he was like, "Oh, there was something that was really good this year. I can't remember what it was. I'm gonna go think about it." And he came back, and I was like, "Oh, well, the good horror movies that I've seen recently are like Heretic and The Substance." And he's like, "Oh yeah, The Substance, that was really good. That was a crazy one. Got a little social justice-y at the end for me, but and like,
how?
yeah, well, yeah." But so I instead of getting into that conversation, I was just like, oh yeah, I liked that part because I'm a social justice warrior, and just wait, and then just sat there in it. And he's like, huh? And I was like, yeah, I'm a social justice warrior. So I thought that part was great. And he's like, oh, cool. And then just fucked off. like
awesome.
I just think I don't maybe that obviously it's not going to convince him of anything, but at least gave him the made him understand that oh, white guy with beard, maybe not as safe as I thought. Maybe I gotta question it slightly more. But yeah, I mean, I think make people uncomfortable, but just don't put yourself out over it. Don't get stressed about having some fucking well reasoned argument on Facebook and have your points researched and all that shit. I've been there.
You got to remember that all of it is fake.
Right.
I'll do a little demonstration. Let's try to find a good one. Hopefully the city doesn't buckle under the Bruce Hoffner.
Yeah.
Does Worcester need Dow? What does Dow even mean?
Well,
this comment's so funny. Who put this? Reading this question felt like eating paint chips. Eat my shorts. So
Bill, we're still seeing we're not getting that tab.
Oh no. Why not? Oh yeah, right.
But I will say that myself and everyone in the chat is very well acquainted with that post because we're all in it.
Everyone's in it. Okay. See, I haven't been on Facebook in a while.
Yeah, that's where that's where I got into it with Bruce. Is in this comment section, and I walked him right into another "eat my shorts" joke. Well, I guess on this one I told him to eat my shorts, and then on my post, he jumped in and started getting mad at me, and I walked him into an "eat my shorts" joke again.
It's so sick,
and it was pretty satisfying.
When I got beat up by police, I'm from a Valentino's. They didn't even have my name. Dude, the eat my shorts shit's awesome. What's the one that's super reactionary? Oh yeah, Truth About Worcester official.
Oh yeah.
No, this ain't it. I need the real truth about Worcester. No, not the real truth about Worcester. This election can't even really be about the candidates, in my opinion. It has to be about where is it? No, fuck. It has to be about building actual ground solidarity, a network of human power in the city. Running candidates to achieve that, basic groundwork for a future mutual aid structure is okay to do, but I don't even really, I don't think that it's worth getting our hopes up for a takeover of the city council like we did last time, because I just don't think it's going to happen. But I guess maybe that's just me, but I don't see the path. And I still think that organizing around city elections is effective for bringing people together and creating that solidarity. And getting Rob Bellata to beat Candy Merrill Carlson would be the coolest shit in the world. So I really think that maybe that's like the way to go, is to just like focus on one race. But
I think that focusing on that one race too doesn't really neglect the other ones.
no, yeah, right.
I think it's more about like bringing along the movement and with at the banner of one person.
What the fuck is this? You guys seeing what I'm seeing here? That's crazy. They printed it out and just took the blurriest pictures of it. What are they saying here? So true. They tried to pull me to the ground for something that had absolutely nothing to do with me. Oh, no surprise here. Wait, all these Truth About Worcester people are like talking shit about the cops. That's interesting, actually. Except for this guy, the same DOJ that broke every fucking law since Obama took office. Whoa. See, look, right-wing weirdos have some fucking cool beliefs. I firmly feel and believe we should just federalize the local police and disbar all police officers. You know what? I'm with you. Put those cops in jail. Otherwise, this is nothing but word salad. I also agree with you. So this is like the most reactionary place besides the Seven Hills Political Dialogue on Facebook, and I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of people that are kind of talking about it in a good way. It's surprising, more so than on Worcester Political Dialogue. So it's interesting.
I also think that we're seeing an opening right now for like, at the very least, a little more like class consciousness when it comes in with this stuff. Like,
That's yes, exactly.
and I don't know if it's just that people are being louder about it right now, or if people actually are kind of like seeing things differently. But you know, a little we got a little Italian anarchist bringing things to the forefront, just like you know, it's 1919 all over again.
Are you guys reading this? This is so good. Skip Carroll, PD from Dot and his cronies, mass ass Dot and hair. So sick, dude. Fucking yokels on Facebook are funnier writers than like anybody who's trying to be funny. Consistently. Oh yeah, this is all just, now we're getting back to the normal shit where they're just bashing a towel for bike lanes going in. Like bike lanes are for some reason a problem. Like this shit is infuriating.
Did you see Wayne Griffin's video on? I think it was Worcester Past, Present, and Future is the group.
Wayne Griff, Worcester Past, Present, and Future. I don't know.
He posted a video that was like him driving down Mill Street. Well, it's a dash cam video of him driving down Mill Street at 25 miles an hour, and a bunch of cars passing him on the right, speeding up on into the right, like into the bike lanes or into the parking lane to pass him. And his point was like, essentially like, this is why it's stupid, is because this is what happens. And it's like, dog, like you're just proving why we need it. Like
yeah.
People drive like fucking crazy on that street.
Bill, can you scroll back up for a second? I was actually laughing at the Northborough post, because I think that like that does a really good job of highlighting what I'm getting at here, right? Like you can spend all day fucking, you know, arguing policy with folks on Facebook. You ain't getting through to Laura. No matter how hard you try. Laura is watching Wheel of Fortune and a guy from Northborough just won $9,000, and that's all that fucking matters. So like,
can you click on her name so we can see her other posts in this group?
Hey, pretty good.
That's really good.
That's really good. That's pretty good. If I click on her name like that, I'll see other posts in the group. That's how it works?
Yeah, usually, yeah.
Really? I thought I just took you to the profile. Oh, no, group posts. Okay, I didn't know. See, I'm learning today.
So, yeah, we got the Lone Ranger.
All right. It Gon' Rain. The Lone Ranger, sick. Nothing to do. Oh, no, Sterling Community Theater. All right.
Just look at the recent activity, man. I mean, that emoji does not belong to the wheelie good pun. That's like...
Right. So this is reminding me of the woman that I talked to at the Gaza ceasefire demonstration, and how I totally expected her to be there, like in opposition to the protesters, and got to talking to her, and she was totally in support of the protesters and hated what the city council was doing to silence them, and can't stand what's going on overseas in the war in Gaza. And people will surprise you. I don't know. You can't.
Yeah. No, and look, this person could be a completely wonderful member of the community for all I know. Their interests are not on high-level policy discussions. And...
Right. Oh, this ought to be good. Okay, so Laura Johnson Ricci introduces this story about a TIF agreement to Worcester past, present, and future. No comment. What happens after that? Keep building more apartments and making more bike lanes. Is that sarcastic? I'm not sure. Why do people... Is this a Trump thing? Build, baby, build?
I think, is it a riff on the... I think it's a...
Drill, baby, drill?
Yeah.
It's a riff on that, but it's like a... I don't know if it's a YIMBY thing, but it's like a... It's a housing crisis, like, slogan.
Oh, is it like a YIMBY thing?
I think it might be.
I can't fucking stand online YIMBYs, to be honest. I know that might be some of the people watching this, but I just can't fucking take it. Don't talk to me about it. Yes. Abolish single-family zoning. I'm with you. That's it. That's all I want to hear. Yeah, no, nothing really interesting going on here.
Bill, did you catch that? You just mentioned the single-family zoning thing. Did you catch that Atlantic podcast I sent you guys this morning?
The one? No, I haven't listened to it yet.
It's actually what it was discussing, but it was discussing the context in New Zealand, which I didn't realize actually is dealing with a worse housing crisis than ours, which makes sense because it's a fucking island and you can't just like...
Yeah.
But it's like Auckland is shockingly like New England is from a housing perspective. And it all goes back to mid-century zoning regs that are almost identical to ours. I didn't realize that the average Auckland resident also shares their view. They basically have the American dream. They want a postage stamp yard, a single family house that's no more than 2 stories tall and a picket fence. And like, there's this major fight going on in Auckland to rethink their zoning laws, which are again a little bit more of a necessity because it's a fucking tiny island.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's to Eric Batista's credit, he did he is introducing the idea of zoning reform where past city managers wouldn't touch it. How far he goes with it, we'll see.
I didn't realize that this was something that apparently it exists. I haven't had a chance to dig around yet, but it was mentioned in that podcast and we have it here too. I think it's in our case, it's the planning councils that hold all the data, but like all the zoning regs that were set up mid-century around single family, they intentionally did so apparently around the idea of pegging populations. So like LA like picked its target population for whatever many years, like a century out, and that's what they built their zoning laws around. New Zealand, the same thing. They picked a population and built their zoning laws around that predicted population, which didn't take into account obviously any form of migration, immigration, or escalation of population growth. But it's that podcast does a much better job of articulating Mo's broken feelings on why single family zoning is the most important thing that we can possibly have in a community.
Right. Yeah. I just love that when the single family zoning people invoke the need to allow the free market to go on unfettered and unrestricted. It's like
they talked about that extensively in that podcast, how it's like, it was nice to hear like a researcher from New Zealand in her adorable accent saying what we hear all the time on a local level, that like, it's this crazy fucking bizarro universe where the folks who insist that single family zoning is something that was written on a stone tablet and handed down from God, also insist that people have unfettered building rights on their property, which just reinforces that old idea that a conservationist is somebody who already owns their cabin in the woods and doesn't want anyone else to block their view.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Nice comment, Annie. They did this on Facebook too. What? Why don't they just post a statement? I can't stand this. For immediate release, statement from the city manager on the Department of Justice report. And they make you click through.
Clickbait.
It's clickbait. Oh, this fucking guy. I wonder, is the Telegram's? I don't check the Telegram's Facebook page very often. Is that a big hub of the cranks lately? Yes. Here's our answer. This one's actually adorable and funny. New study wants to hear from older cyclists who pass out while riding. And Stefan Dorman says Biden was one of them all. That's pretty funny. You gotta hit it to him. It's pretty good. Oh boy. The Telegram's comments before they took it down.
I love the qualifier as the article notes, as if the article says that it's a smear job.
Right. Yeah. That's like the summary conclusion of the article. So this is some wild ass grammar. Putting reports in scare quotes is, I just don't understand like what they're trying to accomplish with that. It's pretty good. It's making my brain hurt. So the report is like not a report? Are you insinuating? I don't know. I can't.
Even if it's not a good report, it's still literally a fucking report.
Right. That's exactly. So like, it would make sense if the scare quotes were like around. Actually, no, it wouldn't make sense if the scare quotes were around authors.
Unless they know ChatGPT wrote it for them. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
It's gonna be a really long fucking year.
I just can't. This is hard to parse, but we're just gonna move on.
Can you click on to see just where that person's from?
Where'd they go to school? They're not a real person.
Not a real person. No, the bots are just getting better.
Yeah. Dude, this guy's on a fucking roll. Whoa. Jason Brown is bringing up Jussie Smollett, maybe quite possibly the only person who remembers that person. Besides
I
me,
love
just
Dead Internet Theory. That's like my favorite fucking conspiracy theory.
Yeah, Dead Internet Theory is good. Yeah, this is a good stock pet. This is a really good stock photo of Petty because he does that head motion all the time. So when you really know his mannerisms, it's a pretty good capture of it. And he also ambiguous whether he's menacing or like something else. I don't know. He does look a little bit menacing though.
He's menacing in the way that Frankenstein's monster is menacing. Like there might not be hate behind his eyes, but there's danger in just being around him.
True.
He's not in control, you know?
Right. Oh, this ought to be fucking good.
Lawfare. You got a semicolon in the middle of lawfare.
I know.
I know you hate being corrected on grammar.
What? I'm not trying to rate a masterpiece.
We're still getting on COVID mandates, huh? Man.
Also, I think the ACLU was against COVID mandates.
Pretty sure they were too, yeah.
Starting shit.
Hell yeah. Say, hey, write eat my shorts to somebody.
Permaban.
We're gonna fucking get her ass with that. Oh, this is gonna be awesome. This is gonna send.
Yeah, I was gone for a week and then we had last week off, but Camber just brought up bird flu. Like, how fucking rad is it that bird flu is infiltrating the raw milk on the eve of RFK coming into power? Like, nature is just such an amazing. Like, I need David Attenborough narrating RFK's first run at HHS.
I read this as try again, a clue. So I said, bless you.
Reading that someone wants tuna tail denaturalized. I'm just picturing them being doused with like alcohol. It's
Wait, who said that they should be denaturalized?
the Red Metro dude.
Wait, where?
Geo has it in the comments.
Oh, okay. Oh shit, my thing was on the wrong comment stream. I'm missing all the good stuff.
They're in an executive session right now. They have been for over an hour.
Yeah, I forgot to keep track. I think I still have my timer running of how long it's taken anybody to bring up the DOJ investigation. 3 hours, 13 minutes, 23 seconds.
Great. Horny Camber's back. Great.
Back in the cut.
Yeah, what the FDA said today that all milk in America needs to be tested for bird flu.
That's great. That's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a pretty good comment. Civil liberties were being poop emoji on by politician.
I really think that I don't think that they were silent on it. The other thing is too, not being vaccinated is not a civil liberty. Like, civil liberties are things that don't like infringe on other people, you know, like civil liberties are things that are only contained to you And the whole point of them, the whole point of the argument, like of like a libertarian value like that, is things that don't hurt other people, things that don't affect other people should be my choice and my choice alone. But by the very nature of what it is, a vaccine has an effect on other people. Like it is the like the anti civil liberty.
Right.
Like,
Right.
and I know, again, there's no use arguing that with people. There
No,
isn't.
there's absolutely no use. Oh my god. These fucking people are brain dead.
I guess those folks do not eat Fruit Lops.
Yes, those folks are not eating Fruit Lops. So good. Be super funny if there's someone mad about the Santa thing.
Yeah, Roll Biz. Well, where were you when they were pooping on COVID mandate? I think government. I don't know. So he was saying something.
Imagine looking at this face and being like, nah, not a murderer. Definitely would never do that.
Whoa. Rocked that. Like I enjoy the Karen Reed case so much for how it has made just large swaths of people like speak eloquently about the justice system.
Yeah, right.
That would tell literally anybody else to like suck it up, snowflake, for being railroaded by the the justice system.
How do you do emojis on here? There's my little devil emoji. Oops, whoops. Oh yeah, here we go.
Yeah, I mean, like the RFK stuff is like the perfect example of like that people will just go along with whatever the team is doing.
Yeah.
Because he's going to get rid of red dye in food, which is an objectively good thing. And they're going to love him for it. When less than 10 years ago, Michelle Obama just said kids should eat healthier food, and they like
fucking
tried to literally kill her.
This is funny. Not a bootlicker. All right. Is so the right wing is using bootlicker now. That's weird.
The right wing was all about bootlicking when it was just jackboots in the 90s, post Ruby Ridge and Waco. That was their jam.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Actually, maybe we're seeing a revival of that.
I think the folks that currently are employed by the Department of Justice are terrified that they're about to see a revival of that.
True.
Are you talking about one of us or RFK? He has that same thing that what's her face had? The actress. Who was the lady that was in love with Howard Hughes?
The lady in love with Howard Hughes?
I can't remember her name. She's the actress. She had the shaky voice like him. Kate Blanchett played her in The Aviator.
Whoa.
Katharine Hepburn.
Damn, this is a really funny.
Yeah, all right. He's got some condition that I mean, I don't think it's why Katharine Hepburn had it, but I'm assuming that he got it from doing heroin and eating whale heads or something.
It's crazy how it just kept coming out more and more that guy was just like smacked up like crazy for like many decades. And it's fine. I mean, oh damn, dude, Steve Quist is one of these guys now.
Always had done. I mean, and a lot of it is like, I'll fully admit to having the same problem from time to time. It's like he knows way too. He grew up with all the guys who are the most current generation of union officials, and it's it's. I guess I've just never had a problem telling my friends I think they're fucking cunts when they act like they didn't deserve it. Steve's not that guy.
Yeah.
The Australian way. He means the Australian way.
That's totally what I mean. I come from a fucking Commonwealth country. My language can only be policed so far.
Damn, they're really about to come back into this meeting at
10 p.m.
Yeah, this stinks. I hate these fuckers. But we're gonna bump at least one or two of them, like guaranteed, off of the city council in November. So that's nice to think about.
Mm-hmm.
Worcester City. See if they're back.
Nope, I'm watching it in the background.
You have the feed.
Yeah.
How do you do it so your comments come up in the live feed?
Like that, right?
Yeah.
We give. Uncle.
Maybe I can pick a fight with what's her face on here if she's still on here, Red. That'll be fun.
Oh yeah.
I've never
ask her why she said the N-word at the Vincent's open mic.
Bro, why do you say the N-word?
Because I know the reason she said that night.
Oh boy.
Not helpful.
Not good. It's all right. She just lied to me anyway.
I saw a meme yesterday. That was like it was a picture. It was like a truck, a big truck, and in the back of it there was like a big fiberglass Godzilla head. They're like clearly transporting like a prop, and the caption just said, "Oh God, RFK's gone too far this time."
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, Candy's the big target. Candy is that's who our sights are firmly set on knocking Candy out in D2. I truly do believe that Donna and Mo are exceptionally vulnerable as well. There just needs to be a lot more cohesion. There needs to be more of a coalition. I mean, listen, like Bill's piece the other day, like laid it out, or the I don't was it? Did you write the piece on the city committee? You did, right?
The city committee, that was Kara.
Oh, Kara. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Kara's piece laid it out that like there were multiple candidates where Democrats were running against independents or Republicans, and there was zero help for those candidates. And like Nellie on the school committee being a perfect example of somebody that lost by 100 votes and got zero support from the Democratic City Committee when she's running against a registered Republican. What the fuck are we doing? Like, that is objectionable. So we can't rely on that, but even maybe shaming them, I guess, could help.
Shaming them could help, but I think the wider point is that, like, how do you build up what that is supposed to be?
Right.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Brendan.
No, I think we all know, even though we all want to go down this road, that our system by design is not conducive to running slates. It's not really conducive to electoral coalitions.
Oh, thanks, George.
Someone always gets left out, or someone isn't really following the same track, and it ends up hurting the group as a whole. There's somebody in District 2 who has already proven themselves to be capable of winning that race. And I'll commit to it myself, even not being in the district. Like, everybody that has an ounce of time putting some effort into that race, making sure that one seat gets turned, even if it doesn't mean we have our dream council as a whole. You go back just this last year, that's the vote on a lot of really fucking important issues that went by. And at the end of the day, that's what matters. Is there a coalition on the council that can actually push votes over the finish line and drag the mayor, even if it's kicking and screaming, into the direction that most of us would rather he be in? Or do we, risk screwing the pooch and, ending up with nothing because tried to spread efforts too thin? That's what the Democratic City Committee is supposed to be there for. If they're failing in that responsibility, focus on the fucking winnable battles and let the chips fall where they may elsewhere. And over time, that can get fixed too by picking off what Robbie gets in. He doesn't have to worry about it for a while, right? I mean, he's fighting from a position of power from here on out. So move on to the next race.
Right. Yeah, because once you're in, it's easy. You're almost guaranteed to get back in.
I think they're coming back in. I can hear them.
That's awesome. But Candy is such a good target from a theory of change perspective because of all the cranks, she's like closest to the power center and has the most holistic vision of what it is she's doing there. Without Candy Merrill Carlson, somebody like Kay Toomey has absolutely no clue why they're there, besides the marching orders that they get from the police union. Same goes for Donna Colorio and Mo Bergman. It's really Candy who has the political influence and connections and power that makes that a voting bloc in the first place.
Right. And I think that's why we like talking about like that is the focus. That is laser focused because of all these things, like real change as far as city council votes, like measurable change in that regard. And then on the other side of the coin, like structural change in as far as like she has so much like pull that she wields because of the who she's involved with, where she's involved with things.
But you don't have to say that part out loud. You can just be like, Rob is a cool guy and Candy Merrill Carlson's kind of a dickhead.
Exactly.
It'd be nice to get her out of there. And like that will work for enough people in D2.
Right.
So I really think that like it'll feel good, even if the rest of it goes to shit. Even if like there's a reactionary surge in D5 and Jose beats Atal, or Atal decides that she's had it and there are better uses of her time, which would be totally within her right to do.
Right.
Like getting Rob to knock off Candy Merrill Carlson, That would be amazing. And no, I am not supporting Shaun Rose even.
But Shaun Rose has already committed to sitting down with us long form sometime this year, so
that is true.
Keep your eyes open for that one.
Yeah.
We're gonna sit down with him. That's for sure.
Yeah. Hey, we encourage everyone to come on this show.
Yeah.
Even if you hate us, if you love us, you should come on this show if you're running for office in this city, because if you actually give a shit about what you say you give a shit about, then you should be willing to talk to people that are not going to take it easy on you.
Yeah.
And are not going to give bullshit or ask bullshit questions or not talk about real shit. If you care enough to run for office, you should care enough to talk, like have a real conversation. And no one else is as willing to do that as we are.
Right.
Because we don't give a shit.
Yeah. If I wasn't so like addled and flighty in my brain, I would have emailed the lawyer that the city contracted to ask him to come on the show. Right. I just forgot. I had a cell phone, and we could still call it. I was, not everyone thought that was the best idea, but
that was mostly me.
Not everyone thought it's probably not a good idea. He's extremely powerful and probably mob connected. So
I always defer to Brendan on questions of smartness when it comes to dealing with high-powered people.
He went after Weddy Bulger, so probably we shouldn't fuck with him. Like for no reason, but like we can fuck with him a little bit from a distance.
I mean, what does that mean, going after Weddy Bulger? I mean, they didn't catch him. They ran him as an informant for most of his career. Like, there's no when he allowed his neighbor to call call in the tip line on him because they were both going to die soon and he wanted her to get the $1 million. Oh yeah, we're giving that up to law enforcement. I don't think so. I was there when I was in town when that shit went down. That was they never would have had him if he didn't want to get got.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I just want to see that council as a body move just slightly to the direction of sanity, and that's not possible with the current makeup. But it's one or two seats changes that math entirely.
Yeah, just 1 or 2 is all we need.
Phil, do you want me to jump back to mine?
Yes. You have it set up, right? Yeah.
But I don't know if
how do I stop sharing my window?
Okay. Councilor Haji?
Yes.
Bill, check the private chat if you haven't for a while.
I haven't for a while.
Councilor Nuyad?
Here.
Councilor Ojeda?
Here.
Councilor Basillo?
Here.
Councilor Russell?
Here.
Councilor Toomey?
Here.
Mayor Petty?
Here. You want to see if we can get Donna on there?
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on her.
You on the right one? Never mind. I'm just...
Oh man. All right, I'll be back in a couple minutes.
I don't know how you could possibly do that.
Yep. Councilor Calori, can you hear us? Councilor Calori, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, Councilor Calori is on.
Okay, we came out of executive session. There's 4 items. Term, provide a 3-year term from December 31st, 2024 through December 31st, 2027. Salary of 12/31/24 of 4.5% increase. 12/31/25 a 3% increase or such lesser percentage reflective in the highest percentage increase awarded to any city bargaining unit. 12/31/26 3% increase or such lesser percentage reflective of the highest percentage increase awarded to any city bargaining unit. Automobile, eliminate the city supplied vehicle and provide a supplied stipend of $1,500 a month for Mr. Batista's personal vehicle, including costs of operation, maintenance, repair, and insurance related to such vehicle. Increase the severance from 6 to 9 months. Except for the above listed changes, the terms of the 22 city manager employment contract is amended by amendment number 1 dated January 5th, 2023 remains unaltered. Yeah. Okay, do a roll call.
The car might actually be the one thing in that contract that makes a lot of sense.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, not buying him a car.
No, I mean buying the car, because you're taking that away from, when you do that, you're taking away from the expected salary, so it doesn't cost the city long-term in OPEB liabilities. The reason most communities do that now.
Would require the council to pay $10,000 above the annual base salary of the next highest paid city employee, including employees of the Worcester Public Schools. That was negotiated in committee, Mr. Chairman. I'm very, very
Golf
happy
cart
that
would be
we're
cool
able to
too,
include language in year 2 and 3 of this contract that the adjustments, the salary adjustments would not exceed what the unions receive here in the city, Mr. Chairman. There were, however, a couple of matters I just want to point out for the record that I did not agree with. We took a survey of folks in the council, and it's quite clear that this is going to pass, Mr. Chairman. The particular issue with regards to the automobile is something that I certainly am opposed to, $1,500 a month. There's a whole host of reasons that was negotiated. It was not part of the contract previously. When I negotiated the acting contract, what was provided to City Manager Augustus was removed, and there was access to a city vehicle for the then acting manager. Last year, or the most recent contract, there was language in there that would allow the manager to have access to one of the vehicles in our fleet. If one was available, one could be purchased, Mr. Chairman. So in this particular contract, it adds the $1,500 a month stipend for a car, which I did not agree with, but we took straw votes on these things, and they land where they landed. Again, the severance package, my concern with regards to that is that out of committee, they wanted to double that from 6 months to a year, Mr. Chairman. We came back with a compromise of 9 months. My concern there is it reduces leverage of the council, Mr. Chairman. So I want to be clear.
It's a stipend, Yenny,
that.
so it doesn't come into play for pension stuff.
The only other thing I wanted to add is, I am displeased with those aspects of this proposed contract. What I will say is that I support Eric Batista continuing as city manager.
Oh, totally.
And I
I'm
wanted
not
to be
suggesting
on the
that's the
record
number.
with
I'm
that.
just throwing out there the reason that they do that. I mean,
And I'm
most
going to
times that you
vote to
have
support that he continues as
any
city
support
manager.
for, that would be in
I
a
don't want
contract
that
to
vote
pay
be
back
taken,
like a stipend
in
for a
any form
car.
or fashion
It's more,
that
it's
the,
preferable to actually have the car,
things that I
the car,
pointed out that
the
I
car
disagree
fees
with,
pulled
I
out
was
of
in
the
agreement with.
salary
because
because
we'll vote
we pay
to
for less of
support,
it long term.
this contract moving forward. We had a lengthy debate on it, and I think it's important that we have a council that has expectations. One of the things I want to share with the public is that one of the things I've been pushing for quite some time is a referential tool for this body.
My camera's cycling.
To evaluate effectively the city manager. That has never come to fruition. It's been very difficult to move forward. I know my colleague, Councilor Pasillo, has pushed for the same. One of the things we know is that Councilor Luke some years ago wanted to change this process to be concurrent with the evaluation of the city manager, and that might make sense moving forward, Mr. Chairman. But again, I just want to be clear. Those are aspects of this particular contract that I am not in agreement with. I will be voting in the affirmative because I have an expectation that this city manager leads us as a city. We are in very difficult times right now on a whole host of challenges that we have municipally, and that's why I'll be voting the way I vote, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, we get Councilor Merrill Carlson, followed by Councilor Nguyen, Councilor Russell.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I rise to say that I am glad that we're done with this contract, and I just want to say thank you to the MO committee for their tireless work on this. And again, I think that, we as a council, we made a decision to hire Mr. Batista, and his contract was up. And we're going into a new 3-year term, which I'm glad that we're in the 3-year term. And I certainly support the items as you read them earlier this evening for the city manager. But again, I just want to say thank you to the leadership of Councilor Morris Bergman, Councilor Ojeda, and Councilor Colorio for their negotiations for our city manager, and I look forward to the next 3 years working with our city manager. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Nguyen is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to share that on principle, I will be voting no on this, and it has nothing to do against the city manager, Eric Batista. But I do not believe that we should be calculating our city manager's salary based off making more than the superintendent, whether we struck down specific language regarding that or not. We shouldn't be chasing anyone's salary for our own city manager's contract negotiation based on that bar, but one of evaluation, achievements, and benefits to our city. I also agree with our residents who said that the city manager, if he uses his personal car, he should get the Massachusetts set amount, which is 67 cents per mile. I don't agree with paying for the operation, maintenance, repair of insurance on top of $1,500. And my values and my thoughts may not align with the council, the will of the council. But for myself, I will be voting no on the contract. And once again, it's nothing against the city manager, but just based off principle. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, just for the record, I want to say that I do support the manager. I don't think it's any secret of my support for him over the years since he's been a candidate for our manager and the renewing of the contracts. But, Mr. Chairman, I believe that I had a different opinion with the majority of the council on this item. I think that he had a pretty good contract previously. I wish the majority of the council decided to go and offer him that same kind of similar contract as he had before. I'll be voting against this item just for that reason, but it shouldn't be reflected in any willingness to work with and support the city manager and his efforts of his administration.
Okay. Who's next? Anybody else? Councilor Bergman?
Thank you, Mr.
We can all
Chairman.
drive his
We
car
spent
when we
a good
want,
deal of
right?
time, it's obvious, to those that we're waiting for us to reconvene or those that are here waiting for us to come back to the chamber. I think everybody had an opportunity to be heard. I mean, I think at the end of the day, there's an overall, if not unanimous, appreciation for the city manager. You know, democracy is something that is important, and we can all agree to disagree on certain points, but at the end of the day, we want to make sure that the city manager has a contract that's fair, that's equitable, that reflects past contracts with other city managers. And with respect to some of the items that were mentioned by some of my colleagues, I think it's important to note, particularly with the severance, that severance kicks in only if a city manager is released without cause. That's happened one time in recent memory. It was Mr. Hoover, and that was 20 years ago, so I don't know how recent memory that is, almost a quarter of a century ago. And it only kicks in while the person's not gainfully employed. So I'm confident we'll have the city manager.
They released the city manager without cause.
I'm confident that if people really read into that clause, they'll understand that the city's well protected. As far as the other aspects of the terms, I would disagree with what's been said by one of my colleagues, and that is that I do think in some ways the cat was let out of the bag, and city manager's responsible for almost $1 billion budget, taking nothing away from the superintendent. Those responsibilities are half of that. So I personally, just my own personal feeling, have no issue with saying that I could not be comfortable with a contract that would not recognize that, which means money's not everything, but salary has to be part of the consideration. And I do think the city manager is deserving of a higher salary than the superintendent, taking, again, nothing away from the superintendent's talents or abilities. And lastly, let me just say that I do think going forward, I've listened to some of my colleagues.
You just have bad
the city
vibes.
manager would have no objection to it. We will move forward and try to get a more meaningful way to evaluate the city manager come every June, because I think it's beneficial not only for the city manager, but it's beneficial for all of us. But I look forward to working with the city manager in the future, and I'm glad that the majority of my colleagues, if not all of them, feel the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I join with the majority of my colleagues in consensus in supporting the city manager's current contract as proposed. People need to realize that this isn't a 9-to-5 job. Being a city manager of the second largest
It's
city
like
in
10 to 4 at
not
best.
just Massachusetts, requires constant attention, dedication, and an
Mr. Chairman, I ate a blueberry
to
in
stay
Willy
on top
Wonka's
of all
chocolate
of the
factory, and
issues
now I'm
and to
rapidly rising
continue
towards the ceiling,
to,
and I don't know how to
run
get
the
down.
city in a positive manner. And I think that the
Katie,
city
bring back
manager
the
has,
shades,
proven
baby.
himself to be able,
The shades,
and
Kate's
I look
shades that
forward
one
to,
day was such a good
continuing
look.
to work with him over the next 3 years. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to reiterate that I'm happy that we struck the language regarding as a group, we removed any references to Worcester Public Schools. We are a separate body. We are the city council.
That
of Worcester.
is like
We're not the school
a
committee of
semantic
Worcester,
change.
Mr.
It's
Chairman.
still in effect.
I can tell you, I've had quite heightened debates with folks from the other
Why
elected
is
body.
Christian saying that
I've
that's
always
like
been of the
different?
opinion that the city manager should make more than the superintendent, Mr.
So the
Chairman.
10K thing is still in effect? They just took
However, upon further review,
last
we
clause
can't
of the sentence
control
out?
how those negotiations go. And I also know that from my research, looking at mayors and superintendents and city managers in some places in New England, that doesn't always hold true, that executive officer or that mayor does not always make more than the superintendent. What's most important is that we have a fair contract.
Maybe the superintendent made more money because they did a national search for them. I mean, just get the next fucking guy in line.
Chairman. And, you know, I vote against the other aspects here that I referenced. But at the end of the day, this city manager's contract ends December 31st, I believe. It's incumbent upon us to send a message to the city that there will be continuity. And again, just reiterating, you know, we took straw votes in the executive committee. And, you know, the attempts to have those aspects, as my colleague Russell mentioned, from the last contract,
you're
replicated here.
putting it in writing
We're not
that
successful, so here we are.
man
Thank you,
should
Mr. Chairman.
make $10,000 more
Thank you.
than a woman.
Okay, I
Like,
just want to thank,
that's what you're
also
doing.
say I support the contract and thank the manager for his efforts, his work here, and it's consistent with other past contracts. And
No, it's
and now
not.
some city managers
That
do
clause
make
was
more
not
than
in
the
past
city manager
contracts.
here in Massachusetts. And I know we thought it was the superintendent everybody was talking about, but I thought the language said every city employee, but it's the same thing, I guess, but, okay.
Yeah, that's
so,
also fucked
wanna
up.
do a
Like
roll
again,
call?
he could just he has a say
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
in
Councilor
everyone
Calorio?
else's contract.
Yes.
So he
Councilor
can just
G.I.?
negotiate himself a
Councilor
rate.
King?
Yes.
Sir?
Yes, sir.
Councilor Carlson? Yes. Councilor Nguyen?
No.
Councilor Ada?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
No.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Okay. We're on to.
How did it tell them?
Reconsideration, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, reconsideration? Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
No.
Councilor Calorio?
No.
Councilor Haji?
No.
Councilor King?
No.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
No.
Councilor Ada?
No.
Councilor Pasillo?
No.
Councilor Russell?
No.
Councilor Toomey?
No.
And Mayor Petty.
No. Okay, so we can go, we're on these, we'll run through the city manager stuff to maybe hold some names later on. And get the thumbs up. Then, okay, the city manager's pretty straightforward, so 12A and 12B is motion to place on.
It is
Bill, you should put in your
so-
calendar now
Thank
to,
you, Mr. Serrato and
this
Eric,
time next year, put in your records request for
Thank
Eric's car
you for your
payments, insurance
service.
payments, and all that
Roll
stuff,
call.
just to see if
Right.
he's covering the whole family outfit
And Eric
out of
is on
that
the zoning board of appeals,
1,500.
and Andrew Serrato is on Parks and Recs.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haji?
Roll up in a
Yes.
Lamborghini.
Yes.
He's
Councilor
leasing for
Carlson?
$1,500 a
Councilor
month.
Nguyen?
I actually just looked,
Yes.
so a Lambo
Councilor Hida?
averages for,
Yes.
a
Councilor
Huraca
Pasillo?
averages
Councilor
55
Russell?
5,400 a month
Councilor
just for the
Toomey?
lease.
Oh, that's great. Okay.
Yes, recommend appointment of.
The numbers
Nicole
is absurd, but it's
Levy
like,
O'Brien
the
to
average car
Community
payment now
Development
is
Advisory
over
Committee.
700 a month
Service.
in the
Roll call.
US. And when you figure in maintenance
Councilor
and
Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor
insurance,
Calorio?
like,
Yes.
Councilor
it's
Haji?
not the craziest number if
Councilor
you're going to
King?
go with a high-end
Yes.
car. And I'm not
Councilor Carlson?
justifying the number,
Nguyen?
but you were gone when I was saying, the
Yes.
one thing that I will
Councilor Hida?
justify is
Yes.
that's not
Councilor
uncommon
Pasillo?
for
Yes.
municipalities to
Russell?
pull
Councilor Toomey?
car stipends out of
Councilor Mayor
salaries
Yes.
because you're also removing it from your long-term liabilities for pensions. You pay them, you give them a kickback to cover costs
North Forest.
and figure it into the
recommend adoption of
salary.
Jurisdiction of land, 553
That's now part of the
Plantation Street,
pension.
Conservation
Yeah.
Commission. Adopt both of those on a roll call collectively. Roll call.
1,500
Bergman?
is
Councilor Calorio?
more than
Yes.
more than my
Councilor
car,
G.I.? Councilor
and
King?
I got a
Yes.
nice car.
Councilor
So
You have a nice car.
I should be
Nguyen?
able to get $10,000
Councilor
more
Hida?
than him
Councilor Pasillo?
in car
Yes.
money
Councilor
per
Russell?
month,
Yes.
so that
Councilor
I
Toomey?
still have the nicer
Yes.
car.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Um,
Okay, we're on C.
Yeah, I'm not justifying the
Recommend
numbers,
adoption
I'm just
resolution to file
throwing out there
application
that
for 50
OPEB
7
liabilities
Exchange
have been a
Street,
big deal
certified
since the
project
O'Brien
and
era,
housing
and when the shit
program.
hit the fan
Exterior
in
strip and
2008
approve tax increment
after the economy
exemption to tie
crumbled.
agreement for the
It's,
property. Motion is referred to
Worcester's
economic
just actually kind of
development.
late to the game in
Roll
terms
call.
of how they
Councilor
figure that
Bergman?
stipend,
Yes.
whether they do a
Councilor
payback out of a reimbursement or
Yes.
they just pull it out of your
Councilor
salary
G.I.?
altogether.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Hader?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Eric
Next
Batista's
is
contract has been
transmission-
amended to
information
require
communication
that
of the
he is
Endicott
the
Street
only
and
city
Bigelow Street
official who can
project.
shop
Council
at Brooks
Priscilla's
Brothers.
asked to
All
hold
other
the
city
privilege.
officials shop at Men's Warehouse.
Is number,
Oddly, that was also already implied.
okay. Recommend approval of the solicitor to award the contract to 10 years to the Fitness Management Club, the Worcester Senior Center. Adopt on the roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
No, we still have candlesticks.
Yes.
Councilor G.I.?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Hader?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Next is recommend to approve the proposed municipal election calendar for 25 election. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor G.I.?
Yes.
Councilor King? Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Hader?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
The donut place?
Yes, transmitting information communication relative to the fiscal year 25 finance update. October 31st, 2024, refer to MO. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Recommended
Are we
adoption
thinking
C,
that they
veteran
maybe
double
agreed to not
exemption
discuss the
clauses.
DOJ report
Dot-
tonight, and we're just going to be here for 18 hours next week?
I think so.
I
Council Bergman?
have
Council
it
Calorio?
on confidence.
Yes.
That's
Council
exactly what's
Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen?
which is
Yes.
Council
insane.
Ojeda? Council
Top
Pasillo?
line item
Yes.
Council
becomes
Russell?
Yes.
Council
uh,
Toomey?
day
Mayor
after
Yes. We have
DOJ
a finance items,
report
12.36A
about
through
egregious
I,
police abuses.
12.37A
Council
and B, 12.38A
Makes sure
through
that
D.
the city manager
Take those
gets paid
collectively
more
on a
than
roll call.
the female superintendent.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember
And has a
Carlson?
9-month severance in the off
Nguyen?
chance that he is
Yes.
Council
decided to be
Ojeda?
liable
Yes.
at all
Council
for
Pasillo?
Yes.
Council
anything
Russell?
out in the
Yes.
DOJ report.
Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. What does that bring us to?
Mr. Chairman?
Did I miss that?
Oh, you think they give a shit about that? An open meeting violation? Please.
Where are we?
Oh, okay. I was just looking at myself. 12.40A, transmitting information communication relevant to update relative to the American Rescue Plan Act. That should go to MO. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 13A to 13C, motion.
Who's
to
got bigger
adopt.
triceps, Marco or
Council
Luigi?
Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council
Yes.
King?
Yes.
Councilmember
Marco,
Carlson?
you know what to do.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Take that any way
Russell?
you'd like.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
I'm going to hold Council Carlson, hold 14A to 14J. Okay,
All the
under
orders.
privilege.
It's great.
That's under,
Everything?
Everything.
Holding everything, Mr. Chairman?
You telling me I can get out of here and make myself sausage with the peppers and onions?
You're doing it.
We're not talking candlesticks?
We're not going to talk about the candlesticks.
Reminds me of dynamite sticks.
Okay, refer to MO.
Chairman?
I miss that bakery so much.
I know an item's being held, but on 14H, can we just amend that to vehicles over 11,000 pounds? Just so that when it comes back with that amendment, so we don't miss
Let's
it.
amend that without any context at all, George.
14H, excuse me,
Just,
14H.
we're still talking about the manager's contract
As
here.
amended.
I want to better talk about real heavy trucks.
Yours. Yeah, we'll go back to your item if you want that. Seaver Street, if you want. Okay,
They're holding all the orders.
okay, roll call on the amendment.
So, Mr. Mayor, amending 14H, as stated by Council Russell, Council Bergman,
Yes.
George
Council
Russell puts
Calorio?
forward a city ordinance
Yes.
where
Council Haji,
Yes.
Council
the
King,
amount charged
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen,
for small
Yes.
versus large
Council
mozzarella
Ojeda?
sticks has
Council
to
Pasillo,
Yes.
correspond to
Russell?
the amount of
Council
mozzarella
Toomey?
sticks in the order.
Mayor Petty.
No discount
Okay,
on
we are-
larger orders of
Councilor
mozzarella sticks.
Bergman?
Just on 14J, there was an obvious typo that was pointed out. It should be candlepin bowling.
Nice
listen,
catch.
Al, you outed yourself.
Yeah, those that don't make mistakes should just feel free to laugh.
Okay, so we won't need an amendment for that. You can fix
He's such a fragile little fucking.
it. We are on. Okay,
Oh,
we're on
no, I will feel
16A,
free to
transmitting
laugh.
information communication relative to revenue received from the Community Preservation Act. Roll call. Refer to MO. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Those
Council
who
Calorio?
never made
Yes.
mistakes.
Council Haji, Council King,
Yes.
He is
Councilmember
really
Carlson?
very fragile.
Council
He's very
Nguyen?
gentle.
So fragile.
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell, Council Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes, transmitting, we can take 17A, refer that to MO, collectively with 7B and C, which is the place on file. If everybody's all set with that. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Haji,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 18A, motions to accept the schedule for the calendar year 2025. That can be changed at any time as we move forward through the year. Okay, Councilor Ojeda?
Just real quick, I believe it says August 19th. Did you purposely do that to
It's in the charter, really.
to
but
the
go
both
ahead.
of us?
It's in the rules of the charter.
Yeah. Okay. Just bring us the cake on that day.
Joe's happy he got his boy paid.
It's someone's birthday? Okay.
What happened?
Okay, roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor G.I.?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. 19A to 19E, motions to accept. Roll call.
Wow, Marco was tweeting out that they did the TIF.
Yes.
Councilor G.I.?
Yes.
Councilor King?
They did the
Yes.
TIF vote without talking about it?
Councilor Nguyen?
That's awesome.
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
I have to
Yes.
just
20.
reconcile with the fact that I can't
This is Dana
fucking
on the roll
understand a
call.
word that
21A
Joe Petty
is
says, and it makes it
Dana on the
really
roll
hard to
call
follow
also.
these meetings.
Yep.
Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yeah, we
Yes.
spend a lot of time
Calorio?
figuring
Yes.
out
Councilor
just the
G.I.?
very basics of what's
Councilor
going
King?
on.
Yes.
It
Councilor
shouldn't
Carlson?
be like that.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
This is the only
Councilor
place in my
Russell?
life I rely
Yes.
on captions,
Councilor
and they
Toomey?
still don't make any
Mayor
fucking
Petty.
sense.
It's like playing, it's
Okay,
like the
so motion's to
municipal
adjourn.
government
Roll call.
equivalent of playing like Halo 1 on Legendary mode.
What?
It's just like
No,
so
no,
unnecessarily
22B.
hard.
Oh,
Mr. Mayor, we're gonna have to file 22B. Yep. That was the committee's report since the council came out of executive session with their own report.
okay, 22B, motions to file. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor G.I.?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yeah, 22A we did, yes, 22A we did earlier, right?
Mr. Mayor, yeah, we did with the tax rate.
Yeah. Okay, that brings us to the end of the
Mr.
agenda.
Chairman?
Councilor King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We know that the Department of Justice has issued a
timer?
report
We found this. I
to
don't
the
know if
city.
we-
Mr.
4
Chairman, and
hours,
This is an item
2
that
minutes.
cannot be anticipated, given the fact that it just
Can
came
we get
out.
a, look, I'm with you on that, but can we get an opinion from the city solicitor?
I'm
We
with
don't need
you.
to
quit.
send the solicitor. This is unanticipated item, Mr. Chairman.
No, I'm going to ask you for opinion.
I'd like to make
All right,
the
go,
following
Christian, Mr.
motions.
We're not under suspension.
Mr. Chairman?
first. We're
Oh,
not
no,
under-
we were.
Second city
we're
solicitor
gonna
just
vote to
quit.
go into suspension.
Oh,
But I'll ask the city solicitor anyways.
what are you asking him?
I'm asking about what we can talk about this. I have no problem talking about it.
What is this, the okey doke? What do we know?
No, it's just, no, it's just,
We do it all the time. We do this after every meeting.
what's that? This is a
We
little
do
bit
this
different.
after every meeting.
Through the chair is the question, if we can suspend the rules.
Suspend the rules to allow to speak on the DOJ report.
So through the chair, my advice would be that we do not speak about the DOJ report because it is an anticipated report because there was a meeting on Friday. We were aware of these issues and we should advertise it the next public meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under our rules, we have the ability to speak on unanticipated items, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make two motions pertaining to that, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, so we need a roll
the
call.
fir-
We need a roll call to go into executive session. That's what we do every week, so.
I'm not looking to go into executive session, Mr.
I mean,
Chairman.
roll call to go into suspension.
There,
So,
that's
Mr.
how
Mayor,
they're gonna.
provide some clarification. So if you want to suspend the rules, that rule, which is
This
Rule
is the same we do
33.
at the end of every meeting. I'm not quite sure what's different. Well, what is all this?
I just asked a question, because I want to do the
I
same
mean,
thing.
you've
I
been
was
doing this for 30 years. You know the answer. We do this after every meeting. You don't even know what I'm going to say.
Let's go under suspension. Go ahead.
So through the chair, it is not an unanticipated.
Well, we can't debate it, but we can
You
file
can't tell
orders.
me what's unanticipated as an elected official.
No,
That's
we
what
need a
it's
vote.
about. can you read, through the chair to the clerk, can you read our rules pertaining to unanticipated items and who that rule is for?
So, to the chair, to the council, so basically, Rule 33 states emergency items not reasonably anticipated. And its Section C states, items not reasonably anticipated, including supplemental communications of the city manager, may be introduced or taken up under adoption under this motion to suspend the rules to discuss an item that is not on the agenda. Adoption of any such motion shall require 2/3 votes, which I stated earlier. The vote on this motion shall not take unless the mayor or the chair, in the absence of the mayor, shall state he or she, as the posting deadline did not reasonably anticipate the item would have been brought before the city council on their agenda on Friday.
Or it came out yesterday, so.
Point of order. I didn't know about the DOJ report until Monday. And so did someone else know in here that it was on Friday? Clarification, please.
Yes, the answer is yes. So how are you going to lie?
She just said that they had it on Friday.
Yep, she did. Yeah.
I think we can't have a debate on it, correct?
Through the chair, I would suspend your rules to even discuss that, but no, there should be no debate because it is a item agenda that was not posted.
But you could file
Because it wasn't reasonably anticipated, Mr. Chairman, that's spoken to in our rules. It's really not a solicitor matter, quite frankly.
But we can, let me just, okay. So but we can file orders, correct, or no?
Through the chair, correct. You can file an order, you can file a petition to have the item on the next agenda.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay, perfect, okay.
Also, through the chair, my question was never answered or clarified. Did someone else know that it could have been on the agenda by Friday? Because I did not, which I found out Monday. So did someone else know about this and could have put it on the agenda? Or could the city manager have done that and didn't? That's my question. Can someone please answer?
Through the chair, through the council, the DOJ spoke to us in confidence. The DOJ spoke to us in confidence on Friday and asked us to not disclose any of this information. And so in confidence, we could not disclose whether we received.
Good thing we did the X section on a contract ahead of time.
So is that considered anticipated or not anticipated? Because for me, that is considered not anticipated for our end as city councilors.
It's anticipating as an emergency too, right?
Yeah, through the chair, it's an emergency or urgent item that has been anticipated, and because this does affect the public, my suggestion and advice would be that you can place the item on for the next available meeting and debate it and have a full discussion.
Is that in agreement with this two motions?
Mr. Chairman, may I continue?
I'm speaking right now, but we need a vote still to go into suspension.
Can we do what you usually do at this point? All those in favor, so ordered?
No, because we have two, no, that's not how I usually do it, because we have two people online, so we usually roll.
Joe's too tired to keep up with this.
Yeah.
Through the chair, as long as there's no debate, you
Through the
can
chair.
put something on the item,
May
on the
I-
agenda.
I got two motions to put on.
Yeah, we can do the motions,
Two
yeah.
orders to put on.
I just want to clarify, I was told I couldn't file any motions or speak on anything. I will support Councilor King's filing motion, but if he's doing so, then I will do the same.
Okay, so yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hang on, we're not recognized yet. We're gonna do a vote to.
Deputy Solicitor.
Suspend the rules. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
No.
Councilor Calorio?
No.
Councilor Haji?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
No.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
Oof.
Oh,
So, Mr. Mayor, that's 7-4. You technically 8 votes.
Oof.
So no were Councilor Bergman, Calorio, Merrill Carlson, and Toomey.
That's the end of the meeting, right, Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
wow.
Yes.
Councilor Haji? Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda? Councilor
Yes.
Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell? Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Bergman,
Petty.
Colorio,
Yes.
Toomey, and Merrill Carlson
Yep.
voted against talking
Oh.
about the DOJ
They
report.
better come in ready to slay next week. That vote alone, just I hope they carry that attitude 7 days.
Yep.
Wow. Okay, that was awesome.
That was worth everything.
That was
worth
worth
the entire night.
It was worth 4 hours. That was worth the 2 hours that we had to fill with nothing besides bullshit. That was fucking, that was sick. But that I'm gonna have to do a full transcription of that because that was so awesome. The way that Christian went after everybody who was obviously just trying to suppress the conversation, and then two coming in to be like, who knew about this on Friday and could have put it on the agenda?
How was this anticipated? You knew on Friday? What the fuck?
Yeah. And then Eric saying, yeah, we knew about it on Friday, but we were told in confidence and we were asked to keep it confidential. And then, you know, what he doesn't say out loud there is that, yeah, they agreed to keep it confidential with the Department of Justice until 9:00 Monday morning when they had the Trumper put out the statement before the DOJ released the report.
That's on our payroll.
That's on our payroll. So he just admitted that he broke the DOJ's confidence to have the rising upstart Massachusetts Trumper put out that bombastic statement. And yeah, they definitely were informed. There's so many things to pull out of that little 5-minute exchange because also whatever her name is, the assistant city solicitor was like just straight up wrong about like what you can and can't do.
Right.
And it seems like her advice was coming from the perspective of somebody who's considering legal action. Like you shouldn't talk about this in public because it would hurt our position in a future lawsuit. It seems to be like what she's suggesting.
Totally.
And that would confirm certain rumors that I've heard that the city is thinking about suing the Department of Justice, which would be a disastrous idea. Absolutely fucking disastrous idea.
God.
So, that was really something. That was worth sticking around for.
I just can't wait till the whole lawsuit blows up and then, you know, we're in a police chase and I have to drive Eric's car because I own it. It's gonna be really interesting. It's gonna get real fun.
So good.
Yeah, what a fascinating. Really, I mean the whole meeting was boring, obviously, but when you take that last few minutes into the context, it really makes the whole thing fascinating.
Yeah.
Like what the fuck was going on the entire time?
Right.
Who told Attell that she couldn't file anything?
Yeah.
Who, you know?
It's like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, where it's like a slow, atmospheric crawl, and then the last 5 minutes are like the best shit you've ever seen in your life.
Yep.
Who told Attell that she couldn't introduce any orders? And they probably told Christian the same thing, but then he just like.
But he just did.
He just like stepped up and was the dickhead that the moment needed to be like. Why?
I mean, he has just such a familiarity, like a confidence in the rules and the bylaws that he knew how to play that.
Doing it that when he told to Mary, of course you know what you're doing. You've been doing this every day for 30 years.
Right.
That was pretty sick.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What could they sue the DOJ for? That's a good question. I don't know. That hasn't come across my little web of spiders. What they might possibly be like.
I mean, what would even be?
I hope they don't do anything.
So
you can
like,
sue somebody for whatever you want.
Right, but you need to establish relief. What would the relief be? in this
Right.
case. They're not trying to force them into a consent decree. They're not trying to. There's no like undue like harm. It seemingly. I don't know what their standing would be for a lawsuit against the government.
Camber's making a good comparison here with the way that they reacted to WPI buying the hotels.
Totally.
When they threatened legal action at first until an adult in the room told them that there's no legal action to be filed. But in this case, it doesn't seem like there's an adult in the room that's telling them the same thing. Just the decision alone to partner with like a high-powered lawyer like Bryan Kelly, who is like a white-collar crime defense specialist, right? And has adjudicated cases against the Department of Justice before. Most famously on behalf of a hospice company that was keeping people in hospice care for that didn't need to be in hospice care.
Right.
Like he's a real fucking monster.
I think there's there's an episode of John Oliver about that. And I wonder if they detail that case and hit that lawyer at all in that. I have to go back.
Yeah, I mean there might be a clip of the lawyer talking about it. That's interesting. I can't remember the name of the company, but I put it in my post today.
I think it's from this past season.
Yeah. But yeah, that's it's very interesting. The lawyer, is her name Wendy something? I can't remember. Was saying, yeah, you can introduce motions, but like don't debate it. Don't talk about it.
Right.
Because that's not, it has nothing to do with the council's rules that you can't debate or talk about something under suspension. That's like a lawyer would tell somebody, if you're about to sue somebody, don't like be talking in public about it.
So. Robiz makes a good point too that got scrolled up on real quick in the comments that the potential that they not suing but being sued when they don't accept a consent decree.
Oh right, yeah, true. I didn't even think about that. That's probably the more likely option.
Inverse, suing to block a consent decree from being implemented in the city. And a lot of that, again, if this guy actually stands to be the U.S. Attorney for Massachusetts, like a lot of what we're discussing literally gets turned upside down when the person who's now overseeing this report and its outcome is currently the person defending the city's stance on
it. Would be very funny if he's named U.S. Attorney and then he continues the suit against the city.
He's like, yeah, now I know how to get you guys.
Yeah. This is all just discovery.
Or you have an incoming attorney general just wipe the slate clean. Like it seems like this administration plans on doing with everything that it disagrees with.
Yeah. I mean, that's what happened in Trump 1.0. Jeff Sessions as attorney general, all the consent decrees were momentarily wiped. I mean, some were picked back up later, but like that was one of their first like performative actions. Like wipe away all DOJ pattern and practice investigations.
Not clear how to anyone that I've talked to, Gio, how long the lawyer has actually been on this. We don't have an open checkbook anymore because of terrorism or something, so that'll be hard to figure out, but I'm sure Bill's on it.
I've sent my records request in. I would say that Friday was when they hired him, if I was to guess. And coincidentally, that's the same day that the current city solicitor retired. So that's crazy. That's actually crazy. This story is like, this story is amazing considering they could have just said, okay, we hear you. We'll implement these.
We're sorry.
Like they could have just been like, we will implement these reforms.
Right.
Knowing, I mean, everyone who knows anything knows that none of those reforms are going to make a difference at all to anybody. No one's getting fired. No one's getting held accountable. They just have more paperwork to do. You know, a couple more consultants get paid. It's not going to change the reality of policing in the city if they just implement some policy tweaks. You know, some consultants, you know, the money gets kicked around. Chief Saucier gets to look like a reformer. You know, that'll help him out when he gets his job with ShotSpotter after he leaves the department in 2 years. Like everybody wins. But instead, for nothing except for ego, apparently, they had to take the scorched earth route.
Mhm.
It's crazy. Like the Department of Justice set them up for like a layup, you know?
Right.
I don't know.
Do you want me to throw this up?
Yeah, if you could. I mean, I like reminding people of this. That's immediately after Trump spoke at the DCU Center in 2016, shot up to Nashua to get the national endorsement from the union that oversees our local patrolmen's union. And I don't know if you can see my cursor, but this guy right here is Tom Daly. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over from Trump's left. And Tom was our last head of the patrolmen's union before he retired. It's Oh, and you guys just froze. Wow, did I lose everybody? Oh, no, you're still there.
I'm with you.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, it's just there's a lot of really weird stuff here. When you look at this crowd, I mean, these are all the people in your local police departments across the country who envision themselves being deputized as regional generals when Papa Trump comes back in office.
Right.
You can see something like this completely just disappearing, or if not, getting flipped on its head and ending up in commendations for good local police work on behalf of everybody who was accused of wrongdoing in that report.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Totally.
Yeah.
Which probably like informs any like decision to expedite it, so that at least the document stands and they have to do something with it. But I mean, it still doesn't change the fact that they could have just like played ball, and all of this would have been like a 2-day news cycle.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, that little exchange there, I'm going to make sure. Sorry, I'm going to make sure that that gets described in full, because there was so much behind the scenes stuff playing out in that interaction.
So crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I think best to leave it there for tonight.
Yeah,
That was wild.
I'd say so. That was
Get rested
good.
for next week.
Yeah, thanks to everybody for tuning in, for sticking it out tonight. We're still over 20 viewers. You guys are amazing. Follow us at WCT3000 on Instagram. Subscribe to us here if you like. We'd love to have you on the team. Make sure that you're subscribed to billshaner.substack.com, worcestersucks.email. Follow at Worcester_sucks for updates on the situation as it develops.
Yeah, I'll have to do another post soon.
Yeah. Follow at Wounded Comedy. Thanks. Appreciate you. Everybody follow. Subscribe if you like. Help us afford to keep doing this and do more. Wooten Any Comedy, we got this overlay. We do have a show on Friday at the sort of late show at Off the Rails, our last show of the year. We're very excited about it. We have some great stuff, some really fun stuff happening. Great guest, Kate the Clown again. Report is our band, and Janet McNamara, one of my favorite comedians in the world, is our comic. It's gonna be a great time. So come hang out with us. There's a meeting next week, and we're definitely gonna have a lot to talk about. I'm sure we're all gonna talk a lot about this throughout the week. So we'll see. We'll see what develops. We'll see how quickly the city gets sued. I think this should be pretty interesting. Thanks for tuning in once again, everybody, and we'll see you next Tuesday.
See you next Tuesday, everybody.
Love you. Bye.